Hello, everybody. I don't know what happened there, but the intro didn't play, I don't think. Did anybody see the intro play? I don't know what I did. I messed something up again. Good morning, everybody. I'm starting a little bit early. Good morning, Nana, Kristen, Janelle, Sybil, Scottish Lass. Shy, good morning. Courtney, Carol, TK Sass, Butterfly Dana, Susie Lee, Serenity, Bridget. Good morning, everybody. Kristen, good morning. Kathy Ann, Heather Thompson, Sandra Stevens, Oracle Blinn. My chat just took off on me here. Nana. Sarah Folks, Lady of the Wood, Janelle, Brenda, Michelle, Stitz, Chrissy. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so as you can see, the court feed is up. You're very welcome, Sandra. Sheila, good morning. Stay-at-home mom detective, good morning. Good morning, everybody. So good to see you guys all here. Please, if you haven't smashed that like, smash that like button. Let everybody know that we are live. Go on out, leave chat, go on out, smash that like, come on back in. When you come back in, please make sure you've got live chat selected at the top of your chat screen. There we go. We see everybody going out there and smashing the like. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate you. Free to do. Good way to support the channel. Sheila, good morning. Miss Saber, good morning. Positive Vibes, good morning. Sarah Jane, good morning. Seeing everybody going and smashing that like. Thank you. I appreciate you. Lets everybody know that we are live. So this morning, you guys, we are going to hear from the coroner, the one that did Gannon's autopsy. And before I get started, a couple of shout outs. Hello, Tracy, Sarah Jane, Sensible Crime, and Tiger Lily. Thank you so much for your PayPal donations on Friday. I appreciate you. I'm going to put that up on screen too. Okay. Let me just refresh here because I don't have my... Hang on a sec, you guys. Nothing can ever go smooth. There we go. Love-inspired tags. Good morning. Yes, we don't store your DNA, so go on out, smash that like button, come on back in, make sure you got live chat selected at the top of your screen and not top chat. That way you don't miss anything. Hello, Patty Ward. Rose Tom, good morning. Lisa Byers, good morning. There's Sensible Crime. Thank you so much for your PayPal donation. Good morning, Marie. Sherry T, good morning. 88 in here, 49 likes. Come on, you guys. It's free. Good morning, Alicia. Sorry if I mispronounced your name wrong. I am horrible with names. Good morning, Dawn. Kristen Pino, yes, thank you. Smash that like. Chicken and Stars, good morning. So it's going to be an interesting day, you guys. I think it's going to be really rough because the coroner who did Gannon's autopsy will be testifying. I believe she's going to be the first one up. Good morning, Vicky. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody there. If you guys haven't seen the read that I did, I posted an updated read, I think Saturday or Sunday. You'll find it under the live tab on my YouTube channel. All my new stuff, you guys, will all be under the live tab, even the reads. Hello, Tiffany. Yeah, it's going to be rough. Good morning, Jackie Marshall. We're getting there, you guys. 61 likes, 108 in here. Please smash that like button. It is free. And then make sure you got live chat selected at the top of your chat screen when you come back in, so you don't miss anything. Yeah, it was interesting. It was like, I was kind of shell-shocked at some of it. Kathy Ann, absolutely. It is going to be a rough morning. Good morning, Tiffany. Lisa Byers. Bonnie Baker. Good morning, everybody. I've got one heck of a cold that set in, you guys, with this. It was like just, I don't know, maybe 4 days ago, it was like minus 12 out. And then Sunday, it was like, I don't know, it was like 15, which is like almost 70 degrees. So it's going cold and hot and cold and hot and cold and hot. And the damp, I think it's the dampness that's getting to me because I do have asthma. So it's the dampness that's getting to me, and then it's cold and damp, and then it's warm, and oh, it's horrible. Shai says, I think my work now knows I'm in court for the day. Yes. Her voice is just, ugh. Positive vibes, it starts in about 15 minutes. The court, I do have it up here, as you can see over here. I do have it up. You can see people getting ready. Scottish Lass is home. My gosh, you guys, my fingers aren't working today. My talking isn't working today. There's bad monkey videos. You're not shy. You're juror 11. Yes, I see that. I see that, you guys. So once it starts, I will bring up this part. That's behind the judge, you guys. This is where the witness sits. This will be the judge himself, and this will be on the defense and prosecution table. So this is where the witness sits. Positive 5 says, perfect. My daughter who's 18 knows from 4 p.m. here I'm busy as a juror. Oh, you guys. There's anonymity. Hello, my dear, and welcome. Yeah, they've moved it a bit to take, I think, the camera off the judge. I don't know how they had it set up before, but I know this morning when I first got the feed up, they were rearranging the cameras. So you guys will see me mute a lot because I am coughing a lot. Sneezing, coughing, it's like, oh. And I'm just hoping to get rid of this really soon, because if I start with a cold in the spring, it lasts almost all summer. I've got my nice hot tea in front of me, so we're good to go. I believe her daughter is back. She is on the witness list for the prosecution. CC Schrader, hello and good morning. Yes, thank you, Shy. Please keep it respectful here. We don't let anybody attack anybody else or bully them, anything like that here. Please mask your words. The first time you'll be given a warning and your comment will be removed. The next time you're going to be blocked from chatting or you'll be timed out, one of the two. So please do that. YouTube does not like certain words like the K word, I'm going to K you, or the A talking about your behind. The M word, we all know what Letecia did to Gannon. She M'd him. Just please mask your words. Fruit Fly, good morning. They don't go in order of the witness list, you guys. They have their own order that they're going to be calling people in. Basically, it starts from the beginning, and they bring their witnesses in accordingly. Like when Gannon first went missing, they talked about what Letecia did and calling the police and this and that. Then the next thing that happened is she called Al, and she's having all these conversations with Al, telling Al all these different stories. Then the police come and they're searching the house. They're showing things in order as they happen with the evidence to back it up from start to finish. That's how it seems to me anyway. Good morning, Dawn. Karen, good morning. Time for a change. Good morning. Yes, I hope everybody had a beautiful Easter weekend. Oh, thank you, Jackie. No, I don't think Carly will be the last. I think she's going to be she'll be testifying either today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. Because then they're going to get into, once they've got all their witnesses as to what could have happened at that residence, what happened on the trip, what happened around the time that, Letecia disposed of him. They'll get that all out of the way first. Like anybody who witnessed how she was acting or anything like that around the time this happened. Up to when his body was found. Then they're going to go into the GPS and all that stuff. That's just my opinion. Alicia Bell, hello. Agape Love, hello. Oh my gosh. Jeez. This world is going crazy. Thank you for that, Butterfly Dana. Yeah, well, she lived there, right? So she was kind of in it whether she wanted to be or not. Good morning, peace and light. Peace, love, and light. Good morning. Yeah, I have this cough syrup stuff. It tastes horrible, but it works. Because there's a lot of things I can't take, so... And I've got my inhalers and everything, but it's not an asthma thing, it's a cold thing, so... Cat's Attic. Hello and good morning. Yes, I did, and I hope you guys all did too. Leslie, hello. Okay, so Leslie, I can explain that for you. So she had the Tiguan the night he went missing. Once the police and everything had left, she put his body in the Tiguan because we know now that he was in that storage room in the basement, hidden behind all them boxes in that suitcase. So she puts him in the Tiguan. She takes him and dumps him at the Perry Park Road thing. She takes her car that next morning. So that was after the police left and everything else. She goes and she does that very early in the morning. So instead, when, out looking for him or whatever, the police left there. I think the last person that was there was like 1 o'clock in the morning. So sometime before 8 a.m., she puts him in the car. She takes the car. She goes and drops him off Port Perry Road. She goes over to the airport with her Tiguan. She parks in long-term parking. She goes into the airport and rents a car. That's what she picks up Al in. She explains to Al that she didn't want to put the miles on her Tiguan because it's a rental or whatever, those long-term rental things, and you're only allowed so many miles. So she said that she rented a car so they could go around looking for Gannon. She told Al that she had parked her car over by the school, which was a lie, because he went looking for it and it was nowhere around there. So she brings Al home in that car. The next thing you know, she only has that rental car for the day. The next morning, she goes back to the airport, returns the car, grabs her Tiguan. She's now driving her Tiguan. She goes and gets the Tiguan cleaned because now the police want her to come in for questioning. So she goes and cleans all the Tiguan. They confiscate her car, so she has Harley pick her up. Then, by then, some of her family is showing up. The aunt rents her the Nissan. And they rent a moving van. So when they go back to the house with the rental van, she packs up all her stuff that she wants to take off to North Carolina with. Either the moving van or the Nissan, one of those two vehicles, and I'm sure we'll hear it in the GPS. She goes back, gets Gannon, leaves the bloody board there under the tree where they find that bloody board, picks up Gannon, and they hightail it towards South Carolina. They stop in Florida where she disposes of Gannon over the bridge. So that's the order there. Hope that explains it. Well, we're going to find out. Hello, Stardust. Right. Lori's trial, the Valo Daybell trial, is not being broadcast, so you only get audio at the end of the day once one of the news places get it, they post it. But we're not posting other people's channels or anything here or any news outlets, so please keep that in mind. We don't talk about other creators, post about them, or any other outlets. Don't forget it was cold then, you guys, and being that she had him thrown in that suitcase out under that tree, his body was probably frozen. So it takes a while, and then either in the trunk or in the back of the van, it would still stay cold enough to, the thaw would be a long time, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's not mention other cases that are going on right now, you guys, please, in chat. Let's stick to the one that we're covering because it tends to get people confused with what case we're talking about. So let's stick to this one here. Yes, I hope you guys all had a great weekend. So the first witness that's supposed to be called today, you guys, is the coroner who did the autopsy on Gannon. Yes, I got my tea with honey right now. Hello, Amy. Enjoy your chocolate with a coffee. Hello, Gina. Yeah, this time of the year is the worst, especially if you've got any kind of allergies. I've got allergies and I'm asthmatic and I'm a smoker, so it doesn't help. Yes. He was already in that suitcase. I agree, Agape Love. I just hope it doesn't come out that she had anything to do with it or had knowledge and didn't come forward. Good morning, Aunt Meme from Michigan. Amy, good morning. Okay, Karen, I just asked, please don't mention other cases or anything like that that's going on right now. Let's stick to what is going on here. Good morning, K. Mitch. Yeah, I'm anxious to see what Harley is going to say. Okay, you guys, we're getting ready to start. The judge is at the bench. Leslie says, thank you, Willow. For someone who's supposed to be nuts, she sure knew how to organize. Exactly. Child of God, no. She is on... I'm going to remove that. She is on the prosecution's list. You can't be on both. That's why the prosecution a lot of times will put everybody and anybody they can on their witness list so the defense can't. Time for a change. The first witness that's supposed to be up is the coroner who did the autopsy on Gannon. Yeah, C.C. Schrader says she knew that the snow would keep him cold, yeah. Like, she knew exactly what she was doing. This is not guilty by reason of insanity. The steps and everything that she took to cover this up and to clean up and everything else, no. In Colorado, the not guilty by reason of insanity, in order to be classified as not guilty by reason of insanity, you have to know, there's two criteria, and one is that you don't know what you were doing was wrong. You don't know right from wrong. She clearly knew right from wrong, or she wouldn't have been cleaning up and doing everything that she was doing. Okay, they're back, you guys. So I'm going to go full screen. And I will be bringing up this screen and the witness one larger once it starts. You're very welcome, Heavenly. Cappy says, I've been chain smoking since last week. Aaron Anderson, good morning, Willow. Your rare Ella's mother and daughter are both witnesses for both
All
prosecution.
right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect
I'll
the
be
jury's
turning
not
off my
present in the
mic, you
courtroom. Is there
guys.
anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And then the witness stands right there.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, SUSANIGNACIO.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury your employment history basically as an assistant medical examiner?
I did a year after my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school, 5 years of general pathology, a year of forensic pathology.
What schools did you go to?
I went to med school in the Philippines, and then I did my 5 years of general pathology in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami, and then a year of forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend meetings, conferences by the National Association of Medical Examiners and the Florida Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you licensed?
Yes,
Tell the jury about that.
my license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in Florida?
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications that you hold as a part of your job?
Yes, we have to take a board exam after our, after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I had to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have you held that certification?
20 years,
Okay. Quite a long time.
yes.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Have you testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how many times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County. When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties, so I testified in those 5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court,
Yes.
all in Florida?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180?
You may go ahead.
First, and Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment? while I
Yeah,
do
that's
this-
fine.
These bigger diagrams. I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is 144?
that's my body diagram.
Is this taken directly from your autopsy report?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
Yes.
And then 145 and 146, do you recognize these items?
Yes.
145, what does it appear to be? This is the top one.
Yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes.
And then 146, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of the head, the skull, and under the chin.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for this case?
Yes.
Are these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit copies of those for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm going to set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
Okay,
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, Doctor?
yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
If it's 147 through 180 will be admitted, go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
So Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you. And then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel. And then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen. Is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe, so that the jury understands what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
The whole body looks decomposed. It doesn't look like, normal fresh body. You see a brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose the skin.
Dr. Ignacio, that red handled thing is a pointer. I see that you're
Oops.
pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right hand, you're already losing some skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing bone here because the skin's already decomposed and disappeared, brown, discoloration all over.
And then there's black linear lines in the abdomen and chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well. Is
Yes.
there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury?
Yes,
And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
there's a laceration here on the left chest. Right, this one here. You can't really see it clearly because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here. Here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos, is it a wide angle shot like this where you can see sort of contextually where a wound might be and then it zooms in closer in the next photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same page.
It's
Yeah.
not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go on to 149. Is 149 a close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes, this is a close-up.
So can you tell us, as we look at that, how we understand that to be a sharp force injury? What about it tells us that?
Looking at the wound here, you can't really tell it clearly, but when it went into the rib, the third rib, you could see that it's a sharp, like clean cut line because it hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Did the decomposition state of this body cause some difficulty in identifying injuries that might have been contributing to what caused the death in this case?
Some of them.
Okay. If we can move on to 150.
This is another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside that it was just like a linear, straight, clean cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close-up of the wound.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up, this looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
Okay. If we can move on to 152, I believe the numbering is.
So there's another sharp force injury in the chest, the left chest, and you can see that it's also elongated. that didn't enter that didn't enter the chest cavity, but just hit the muscle, the pectoralis muscle.
Okay, and then 153.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there. Straight edge.
Okay, and then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
Okay. 154.
Showing the sharp force injury that's like right above the clavicle on the left.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle, left clavicle.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit, right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open and in a rounded appearance, is that basically what you testified to earlier, that as the skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's another sharp force injury on the left wrist region.
And this one we can now see must have been taken before the clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing that the victim was wearing. Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes,
How can you tell that?
because of all the fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
Okay. In all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there, which
Yes.
is 144?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and there's it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
Then moving on to 161.
And this is the right hand, the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. And you can see like the edges are clean cut caused by a sharp object.
When we're looking at these in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands, when we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, How would you characterize those types of wounds?
They're consistent with defensive wounds,
Okay.
trying to protect yourself.
Indicating that potentially Gannon was putting his hands up to guard against whatever was happening,
Yes,
and then they get cut in the process of that.
yes.
Okay. 162, please.
This one shows, excuse me, this one shows the right hand, like the palmar aspect of the right hand. And this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
163.
The same photo right there.
Okay, and this is
This
just,
is the ring finger.
right.
This is the, oh, sorry. No, sorry, that's the middle finger and the ring finger's right here.
Okay. And then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
164, please.
So we're looking at his back, and there's a sharp force injury on the left upper back, right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib, and it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
165.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the back side of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this wound ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bone, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing through the clothing and into the body?
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view. And you know that it's a sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes,
To the, basically the top, maybe backish part of his left shoulder?
it entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170.
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm.
Yes,
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
yes,
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound, but that's the cut edge right here.
Okay. And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist, is that right?
Yes,
Or forearm area?
yes.
172. What are we looking at in 172?
So this is the head and you're looking at the left side, the ear is right here. So there's a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
173.
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human could sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
174.
So we're looking at the right side of the head and we're trying to show, this time it's a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object. It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because it's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged and underneath the skin, you can still see what they call tissue bridging. That means it wasn't completely cut. Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay. 175.
And here you can see the wound. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the wound right here. And you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun.
Yes.
176.
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
Okay. 170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you can see that the edges are jagged. It's not like a clean cut. So that's why I called it laceration.
Okay. 178.
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain. So this is a fracture, 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 fracture.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically extending to the back area?
Yes,
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
And so what I'm driving at is, would it take a lot of force to cause these types of fractures through a blunt force strike?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. If we could move on to 179. What are we looking at in 179?
So this is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw. The left side of the jaw, lower jaw, and there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180.
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use,
Okay, I'll come over and help.
oh, it's not easy.
Which one do you want? 46, 145? 145? Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's
I
okay.
can go back.
That's, well, they won't be able to see it.
Ah,
They're
okay.
back there.
So the entrance gunshot wound was in the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, the mandible. This entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial.
Back down if you'd like. When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify that Gannon had suffered, 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then 1 gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Regarding the sharp force injuries coming first.
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries are What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon Stauch?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes, sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes,
when you do an autopsy?
yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stauch?
Yes,
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stauch at the time of autopsy?
there were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first, acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes,
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
if maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though? In an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I can't just go to Walgreens without a prescription and buy hydrocodone?
Yes,
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness. And if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing. You'll have lethargy, coma, and eventually death.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years old, like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
Yes, and if it was for a cough, you would give something that didn't have the, narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Me.
Go ahead, doctor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay. And the injuries that you noted in your report and during the autopsy, they would indicate that this was a violent death.
Yes,
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries, the blunt force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body. Some are deep, some are shallow. It indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
yes,
Okay. There was no pattern to it.
yes.
Would the blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes,
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
it did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding or hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay. When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, did you go back or did your office or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
Okay. And if he had had a prescription for a opiate-based cough syrup or cough medicine, then it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries,
No, they were on the top of the
the
head.
top of the head.
No.
Okay. In a lot of injuries, doctor, you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet or a projectile will enter. Did you note any of that, any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling, but
Okay.
it's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, When I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report, it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify him anymore.
Yes,
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
yes.
Okay. Just a moment, doctor. Oh, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition.
yes, but I think I said something I forgot. I couldn't tell, but then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stauch?
Yes,
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
I'm going to object to speculation.
I think if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard.
Okay.
Let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially I guess in Florida where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place like a waterway or bayou or marshy area to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes,
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That a
Yes.
body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
yes,
And so does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you in your expert opinion that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died?
yes,
Is that an intentional act?
yes,
I would object.
Overruled.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling. So let's talk and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body. And so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes,
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
yes,
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
Yes.
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appeared to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
Oh, it was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no pattern, so I said there's no pattern.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to drive towards. These were intentional acts, as you just testified to. They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes.
And so were these targeted towards upper body area, head area, chest area?
Yes.
Does that indicate a person had an intentional desire to cause potentially fatal injuries to Gannon
Yes.
because of where they're targeting?
Yes.
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their lower leg or to their head?
More to the head.
Okay. And Gannon had lots of injuries to his head, is that right?
Yes.
And all of these injuries, are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was still alive?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few. Counsel, retrieve those and approach, please. Sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No.
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine. So that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
So Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone.
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get a sample to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine levels, they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level, okay. Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body.
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
If you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
we took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is the significance, I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If you can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay.
So you can see there will be drugs in the liver too. And there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
Okay. And I guess I asked a bad question and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
It could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury, prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, everybody, court is on recess. Well, that was horrible. Sorry, you guys. I listened, but I just could not watch. I put the chat over my screen, minimized the other one. I just could not watch that. I'm sorry. So the break is about 20 minutes, I believe. I'm going to put that up on screen. Yes, please remember those in chat. Mask your words. There's ways that you can put those words up by masking them. YouTube does not like those words. Yeah, it was all premeditated, and a lot of this is good information because even with things that she did after what she did to Gannon when she took his life, the cleaning up, the putting him in the suitcase, wrapping him in blankets, putting him in the closet, putting him out so his body would freeze, taking him all the way to Florida and disposing of him, the lies in the phone calls. Now we're finding out that she had given him drugs that would make him woozy. That's why he wasn't in that video that the neighbor got on his Ring camera. It looks like Gannon is kind of stumbling. That's probably why. So yeah, a lot of premeditation here. Yeah, I couldn't watch, so... Yes, we can agree to disagree. Let's just be kind in the chat, you guys. Sensible crime. You cannot put that K word. Please mask your words, everybody. Sharon, thank you so much. I know it's, we get typing and stuff and forget to do that. I know you really do watch what you type, sensible crime, so that was a slip, but let's try and just double check before you post to the screen, please. I think a lot of that, Caroline Seeley says, not necessarily for his comfort, but to make her feel less guilty. I think it was so he couldn't really fight back. I think that's why she drove around so much waiting for the medication to start working. So he wouldn't put up a big fight. Miss Saber says, Mary Michael, it's not an agree to disagree thing. You can be annoyed at him, but he has a job to do. Well, Miss Saber, that's her opinion, and everybody is entitled to their opinion without being attacked for it. Just like, your comment here, you were absolutely right. He's got a job to do. Some people are annoyed by that, they don't feel like that anybody should have a defense, especially when they've done like this to the child. Everybody's entitled to their opinion as long as it's done respectfully. So please don't attack somebody else for their opinion. Like we will not attack you for yours. Please, so we keep it safe here for everybody. So Well, they definitely know they can't win this case, so. Okay, let me just scroll back up here and see what's been going on. Okay, let's stop that, you guys. We're not here to attack others. I don't want to have to remove both, but it's got to stop. We don't do that here. Everybody's entitled to their opinion as long as it's done respectfully. Please don't attack somebody for their opinion. You're starting to upset others in the chat. Yes, in a handbasket. We all have varying points of view based on life experience. Exactly. Alicia says, because her attorney's not doing a good job, that will leave it open for an appeal. Charges like this are always appealed anyway, Alicia, but I think that they know this can't be won. Like, they're not going to get the not guilty by reason of insanity, and I think that they're just depleted at this point. No problem, sensible crime. I'm way behind in chat, you guys. I'm keeping an eye on what's been going on here. Carolyn City says premeditated for sure. Yes, I agree. Isabel says, so we must understand that in order to be found guilty, she needs a lawyer. I could never do it, but I'm glad that there are people who can. Absolutely. I just feel like they are defeated at this point, and they know it. So, I mean, they're doing what they can, but... yeah, if you haven't seen the read that I did on this, you guys, go check it out. It'll be under the live tab on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm racking my brain too, Summer Dawn. Thank you again, Sharon, for your super sticker. I appreciate you. Summer says, Willow, in reference to your read yesterday, I wonder if that medication was Al's. I wonder too. I don't know what she's got up her sleeve, but she's got something, and I think she's going to try and pin this on Al for something. We do know that she had initially talked about some cartel or something being after Al for money that he owed, stuff like that. I don't know what it is she's going to have up her sleeve, but I know it's just going to be a load of BS. Absolutely. Sybil, oh, her husband called. Oh, she's trying to get caught. She almost put him to voicemail. Oh, I love you, girl. Yes, thank you, stay-at-home mom detective. I appreciate you. And yes, the jury really did ask some good... They always do. I find so far their questions have been really good. Yeah, and it is. It's going to be hard, Isabel. It is going to be very hard for them to get around, especially when they've got Letecia talking to Al. That's her. Those are her stories. And you can tell by each call how her stories change. Like she's ratting herself out. It's hard to get away from that. The Ring doorbell catching her what time she left, what time she came back. ADT stuff, it's hard to get around. And like I said, I think the defense at this point is feeling defeated. There's not much you can do with that much evidence that you've even given against yourself. Yeah. They're just trying to cope till the end. I think they're trying to do the best that they can do with what they've got, and they don't have anything. So, I mean, like the other subscriber there just said, everybody's entitled to a defense. I couldn't personally do it, but that's what the laws and your rights give you in the U.S. You are innocent until proven guilty. It's a tough one. Yeah, she did. She knew what she did. If she didn't, the thing is with not guilty by reason of insanity is not knowing the difference between right and wrong. If she was not guilty by reason of insanity at that point, then she wouldn't have been covering anything up because she wouldn't have thought she did anything wrong. You know what I mean? I think this was all to get even with Al. The thing is, Sheila, the lawyers have to do what she wants, regardless of whether they think it's a good avenue to go down or not. They have to do what she wants. Yes, the jury is paying attention, that's for sure. Okay, Marie. Shai says, no need driving. I do believe they showed part of it already, Stitz. They may get into that more when they get into the GPS and phone tracking and all that. I don't think so, because the defense really isn't interrogating these witnesses on their cross. Right? If we're getting irritated by her actions, can you imagine her defense? Oh my gosh, I could not. Wicked Dream says, I changed my name from Wicked Witch to Wicked Dream, so I don't get mixed up when others call Letecia a witch. Yeah, so far there's nothing there to prove insanity, for sure. Sheila says, sorry, but I disagree with you on that. On what? And it's okay to disagree. Like I said, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, but I'm so far behind in chat, I'm forgetting what is it that you disagree with? Well, she did want to have a trial just by the judge, and they said no, not for these kind of charges. Yeah, this jury and everybody in this courtroom that's seeing this is going to need therapy after this. I agree, Melly. The lawyer is working for her. Okay, so now I know what you disagreed on. The lawyer's working for her, and if that's what she wants, that's what they have to do. If she feels that is her defense, and the lawyers don't put it on, then she can say ineffective counsel because they didn't do. This is the information I gave them, and they needed to use that, and they didn't. The lawyers work for you. You don't work for the lawyers. So if that's the avenue she wants to go down, the lawyers may not agree with it, but if she insists on that being brought out, then that's what they got to do, and they'll do that when they get up to start presenting their defense, if they do that. Well, thank you, Dawn. Yeah. Letecia has no money. Hence why she's getting paid lawyers. Summer Dawn, I love you. Oh. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen, I'm in Canada, so, but this is the first time I've seen where the jury can ask questions. Like to a witness that's on the stand. Like they can always submit questions from the jury room here, but this is the first I've ever heard of the jury being able to question witnesses that are on the stand. I have seen lawyers make a motion to the judge to be removed from the case, and then they have to give good argument as to why they want to be removed. And Letecia would have to do the same. If she wants to dump her lawyer, she would have to petition the court. There would have to be a hearing on it. I don't think they really have a choice with that. They have to present the case, and that's probably why Landon and Al were not in the courtroom. At the time that they say it happened, no, nobody else was in the house but Letecia and Gannon. Gannon's sister came home from school. Letecia wouldn't let her in, told her to go ride her bike because Gannon was sleeping. When Harley showed up, she had Harley take Elena and go to the dollar store to go get cleaning supplies and stuff. So during the time that this actually happened, no. She's trying to say that there was some random guy, but there's never ever been anybody else seen going in or out of the house during that time. Thank you, K. Mitch. Sybil is shampooing carpets today, but she is going to listen.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch.
Okay,
Record
we're
should
back. I'm
reflect the
gonna
jury's
mute.
not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in.
I will make it all bigger again, you guys, when they get the witness on the stand. And the court is having problems. It's glitching at the court. It's not me. So once this starts up, you guys, I will... It almost looked like she was picking her nose and eating it.
All rise for the jury, please.
I will make it bigger as soon as we get going here.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stauch.
All right, Mr. Stauch, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I will invite you that you're still under oath.
Oh my gosh, Al is back on the stand.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor? I don't know if there was something.
You may,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Stauch. How are you doing today?
Morning.
When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We saw some of the photos in the garage of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger,
Your index finger?
my index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019, around that time frame.
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, well, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone, some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir, directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all of the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took 1 or 2 of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area, so only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination? No questions. Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stauch's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We're just checking in the hallway to see if she's out here yet. Judge.
Okay. Turn the camera back on now.
At this time, we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right. Agent Cohen, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spans from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
It certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources nationwide, and it's sometimes a little less complex for the FBI to arrange resources in other states than, say, it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office locally.
When you said that you were the lead agent, what does that mean for the FBI to have a lead agent on a case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us in during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one time?
I think that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication. In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in a scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we receiving the communications of the person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're also intercepting communications of other people that would be in contact with that person. So in order to get a wiretap, it's a pretty lengthy process. We have to show to the court that there has been an exhaustion of all other techniques that could be used in investigation, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done location on cell phones. We had done physical surveillance. We had conducted interviews. And we have to demonstrate not only to the court that this is a necessary technique and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we also have to show that all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that the privacy of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap, we have a set of instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We'd have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect the information that you're gathering so that it's really only case-specific information as opposed to extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in other types of phone calls?
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process of you being involved in obtaining wiretap authorization from a court, in your knowledge of the case, was it apparent that this particular defendant was switching the way that the person was communicating, meaning phone numbers or devices, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone seized by law enforcement shortly after she reported Gannon to be missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist, but certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well.
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant, and we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
And then we had Mr. Stauch on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is that an intentional act by somebody that is being investigated?
Those applications don't self-install on a phone. Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
The person that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will still reflect. Go ahead.
And how did you become familiar with the defendant's voice?
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
Special Agent Cohen, I've got in my hands People Exhibit 688. It's a disc. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disc and I initialed the disc.
What does the disc contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it indicate a time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
The file that this disc contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
As it relates to 689, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
Is this file on this disc, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 690, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disc, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 691, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
What does this disc contain?
A recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47 in the afternoon.
Does it actually say 14:47?
It does.
And that's 2:47 PM.
Correct.
Is this file on this disk, is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time I'd move for admission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
Mr. Tellini?
Your Honor, subject to the objection I had at the prior hearing.
Council approach, please. All right, subject to the objection, the exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
And how can I help?
Yes, I didn't get any confirmation about my test I paid for.
And so just for reference sake, before we get too deep into the phone call, sounds like there's two voices.
That's correct.
Do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes,
And whose voice is that?
that's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here.
Yes. Keisha, well, last name is Stauch, Stagch.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look. Okay, yeah, perfect. I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that as yet?
Have what now?
We have already sent the results to your email account.
I don't have them. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up. There, you can hear ringing. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
That's correct.
Were you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling?
Objection, foundation would be.
Mr. Allen?
I can lay some foundation, Judge. When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed or a place that the originator is dialing would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
Okay. And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fakepolygraph.com webpage?
That's correct.
Okay, let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689, Judge.
You may go ahead.
May I help?
Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I was saying, can you check the email, because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment. Spelled TECIALYNN2006 @yahoo.com.
Okay, cool. So you said
Okay.
like 10, 15 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes,
What was that email address?
it was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the defendant.
Okay, and that's what sounds like an England English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 690, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Hello, how can I help?
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
It's last name Stauch, S-T-A.
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
You told me 10, 15 minutes, and you said it again. I still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the content of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Okay. So, do I get my money back?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, so that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
So what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and keep money?
Yes, we would do indeed.
I got you.
Okay,
Thank you.
now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In that particular call, is it essentially being communicated that a polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with the illegal activity?
It's leading and further the jury has heard their own determination.
Sustained on second grounds, jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Hi, how can I help?
I did it hang up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay. I talked to you earlier and you said that the request I did was blocked or something, but I looked on the terms and conditions and it says you can't say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that was blocked.
So that again, sorry, that you can or can't?
No, okay, so I did a report earlier and you said you would
Mhm.
send it to me. Then when I called back, you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report. But then I clicked the terms and conditions and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff like that.
Yes, infidelity you can, correct.
Right, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
What did you say?
So you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it and you had to put like answers and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes. So what were your questions?
So it was about during the time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to, and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, not sure in that case. Unfortunately, that's not what came through. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there then.
Because I read that you can do this. Yeah, it says on there that you can do that.
Yeah, yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted to your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't submit questions that were not to do with infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again, what was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
Uh-huh. And that's your surname, is it? Your last name?
Yes.
Okay. And first name is?
Tecia.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. All righty. Well, let me have a look into that and I can come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843
Mm-hmm.
798
Uh-huh.
1700.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Special Agent Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation, as
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
She was saying that she had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to purport her innocence and that she had nothing to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Passed a polygraph as it relates to what?
Whether she had anything to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
I don't have any questions for Agent Cohen at this point.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Cohen? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Christina Cervantes.
Last name again?
Cervantes?
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez, I believe.
Sorry, I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Christina. Last name Cer, V as in Victor, A-N as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Z as in zebra.
Do you need a glass of water?
Yes, please.
There's a water pitcher there.
And be careful when you unscrew the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think. It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is crime lab specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay. Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the sheriff's office
That is correct.
in that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes.
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stauch / Letecia Stauch investigation?
Yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stauch.
Okay, so just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letecia Stauch?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letecia Stauch's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her?
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant,
Correct.
the voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
You may.
Showing you what's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280.
Commissioner Board Item?
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area.
Ms. Stauch or her daughter?
Mrs. Stauch.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No.
So you don't have a foundation as what her daughter's voice sounded like
No.
and how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers?
No, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled. I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. You can
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay, so I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay, and then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
So that first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stauch's.
the defendant.
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's okay. Sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't, there's 4 of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't recognize your voice. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in the car. So my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates and stuff that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how can I get the book bag? And I need my MacBook for school. Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt, and do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it, or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number. All right, 2020-1382. All right. Let's take a look here. Sure. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, there was like a blue, there was one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it. Okay. Let's see here. Like, I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant. And okay. And you said your name is Carly Hunt, is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on just 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Harley? Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520-7291. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also, the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you, when the caller requesting the information back, I guess relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I thought I found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
No question.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Detective Michael Bauman.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman,
Detective, who are you employed by?
the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrate is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine basically and get an idea of what it's doing. So
Tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will, you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Celebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? So, you know, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract, pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. Now that was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things, or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working in hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use the Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, no, currently I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay. Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about. I was a digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you pay attention to make sure that the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone. And that's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that an unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this
Yes.
case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the Celebrite download, do you get the IMEI number? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to obtain phone number associated with a particular phone when you do the Celebrite?
Depends.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one, if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may he refresh his memory with his report?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it up there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so that the record's clear, you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papaw glasses. Yes, sir. I believe I had that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-6557-460.
Okay. 843-655-7460. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When you do an examination on a phone with this Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is that we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
Okay. And then did you in fact perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense?
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
Right. The objection's overruled. The exhibit
222.
22 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Swap you out.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again, a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by chance a phone that was seized in South Carolina from the defendant?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier, on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you're able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor.
May, go ahead.
Thank you.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can see it further away like that. Sorry.
Your arms aren't quite long enough anymore?
No, sir, they've gotten shorter, I think. Let's see. Okay. The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700, 1700.
Okay. Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you did or didn't?
Yeah, I did. That was a
Okay.
matter, yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were, we'll say that. so.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory.
Thank you, appreciate it. Actually, it looks like I didn't actually note on this one that any damage, which would indicate to me there probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note it in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Celebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's
Same objection.
overruled. Exhibit 224 will be admitted.
Okay. For these particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that that kind of looked through things. I don't recall that there was anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated
Okay.
by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini.
Detective, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Cellbrite, and the Cellbrite basically takes everything off of it it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software, which actually pulls the information. And then the physical analyzer software is a second piece of software that actually goes through that information and turns it into something that people can read. And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Cellbrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search.
Correct, because Cellbrite doesn't, it would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car
Yeah.
and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Cellbrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things, if that makes any sense.
So, I mean, the Cellbrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally, it possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your
Okay.
phone at some point, you'd say you're, all the way back to, whenever Android started, say, so yeah, that's how that would work. So,
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
absolutely.
Redirect.
No.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Baumer? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Sergeant Kurt Smith.
Okay, Kimberly. Sergeant Smith, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You all situated?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, Kurtsmith, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
since 2006.
What are your current assignment? What is your current assignment with the sheriff's office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies. I currently oversee 7 detectives who lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what do you do? And is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the sheriff's office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stauch and him being missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was assigned to do several tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or 2 at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform or celebrate extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that celebrate extraction?
In 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to operate the Celebrate equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept, but describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get a charge. You would plug the phone into the Celebrate machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do, and basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrate software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats that I burn to a disk and I place into evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 227?
You may.
If you would look at People's 227 and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-ray contains the Celebrate report for the phone that I did.
Do you know what particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
He's reading off the evidence label, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What does it specifically say? If you could just read it.
It says Blu-ray containing Celebrate report from kid's phone, iPhone 6.
Okay. Does that disc then contain the Celebrite of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrite download on?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
And move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disk and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this particular disk?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tilley. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? No? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Judge, if we may approach.
You may.
Oh, do you want to go? I was going to do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised. But we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use. But what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early. So we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock. And we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, you guys, so there we have it. Court is on lunch break.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to pick up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, yeah.
Defense? Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
All rise.
So let's see if they put off their mics this time. They usually turn off the feed until after lunch. So if that's the case, then you'll see that disappear on the screen. And if that happens, you guys, I just jump back into it once lunch is done, but they may just leave it up. Okay, let me just, there we go. So if they do put the stream down, I will jump back on it when it's back up. Letecia, oh gosh. Oh gosh, you guys. Okay, let me get my self set back up here. Yeah, I can't believe that they showed the photos either. I really can't. Let me just see what happens when I do that. Okay. So yeah, I can't believe that they showed the photos. What did I just do? Whoops, hit the wrong button. Sorry, you guys. Yeah, I had to walk away, you guys. So if there was any, questions or chit-chatting while that was going on, I had to walk away. I could not watch that. Shy is potty dancing to the little girl's room. Sybil's gonna go take a nap. Yes, I'm gonna have to go and make something to eat too, because it's almost 2 o'clock here. Yeah, I had a hard time with that, you guys. Like, what I did is I minimized my other screens so you guys would still see it if you wanted to see it, and then I popped out of my chat on my studio and put my chat right over where it would have shown my screen, so I didn't have to see that. That was just, it was horrible. Like, there's no way. No way. Yeah, the family knew, like Al and Landon knew that the photos were going to be showed, so that's why they weren't in the courtroom. And I don't blame them, you guys. Like, I'm not related to the family at all, but it was like even strangers. Like, I don't know how people could have watched it. You know what I mean? Like, for me personally, I just know I can't see it. Oh, well, good luck with that, Sensible Crime. I've got to go for one of those next month, I believe. So now, just to let you guys know, I do have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday, but I should be back in time. It's at like 9:30 or 9:45, so I should be back well before 11 to get the stream up. But if not, I may be a couple minutes late. We're not going to really miss much. So that is on Wednesday. Yeah, I believe Al and Landon have already had to see these before, so it's going to be like, you know, they just don't want to relive it, you know? No problem, Des. I know you got paperwork to get done. Hopefully you get that done over the next couple days. Okay, so I'm going to leave the feed up, you guys, so if you do want to chit-chat and whatnot, you can. I'm going to go and get my final load of laundry on and make something to eat. It's going on almost 2 o'clock. So I'm going to get that done during the lunch break, and I will see you guys back here all in an hour. Please keep it classy in chat. Please mask your words. I will be popping in and out of chat. There are mods still here. You get a warning first, then you're timed out, and then you're blocked if you break the rules. We have those rules here, so you guys all feel safe here, that you can chit-chat, you can give your opinion, as long as it's done respectfully. We don't let anybody get bullied or anything here, so please keep it that way in chat. The mods are here, so please, 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 be nice to everybody. There's enough hate in this world, you guys. Okay, I will see you guys back in a bit. Like I said, I will be popping in and out of chat and checking chat. So, see you guys in a bit. Okay, all. I've got the witness list up. Please, there is no posting of links in chat. Please do not ask the mods to do it. They are not allowed. The only one that can post links is whether I say they can or if I post them myself. We don't do that here. Hello, child of God. You're very welcome. Okay, so let me just stop sharing that. Let me share my screen with you while we're waiting for court to come back. Okay, so here's the witness list. So this is the endorsement of the witnesses. Dr. B. Thomas Gray, Dr. Loranda Torres, Naoko. There's like tons of pages here. And Dr. Jackie Grimmett. Okay, so that's some there. Let me get the other list. Hang on. There's one that's like 5 pages long. I think it's this one. Nope. Hang on. I've got hundreds and hundreds of court documents here, you guys, so just give me a second. Okay, just give me a second, you guys. Oh, I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of court documents here, so just give me a second. Okay, here's some more. They're not all in one, you guys. So here's some more. We've heard from Andrew Cohen. There's Jessica Bethel. There's a whole bunch from the sheriff's office. John C. Price, Rulers the Arrow. These are all sheriffs. There's Harley. More sheriffs. Okay, so did you guys not hear all of that? Okay, so Tristan Schur, David Silva, Francis Shemiki from Xlocks, Lena, that's Gannon's sister. Oh gosh, I had myself muted. Brandon Smith from Come and Go, Stephanie Smith from Come and Go, Becky Shrub from Colorado Springs Police, Bruce Thomas, Connor Taylor, Russell Ty Twit from Northwood Development, Marcy Whitman, Kirk somebody or other from Wakefield District 3, Tony from Subway, Tiffany from Kanoko, Pamela from Colorado National Heritage Program, Eugene Stout, Francis Slim from Easy Lock, Tristan Schur. Okay, I'm trying the best I can, you guys. You may have to put up your volume a bit. Will from Wells Fargo, Ernie Wilson, Kaylee Wilson, John Yu, Mike Zarwakat, Al Stauch and Landon, that's Gannon's parents, Gannon Stauch, next of kin of Gannon, it says unknown. Karen Blackwell from Safe Passage, Tom Griffin from Bevel and Gardner, Bill McNaughtley from Petco Prevention Loss Services, Megan from Subway, Claire Mendy, Jonathan Mendoza, Michael Mendez, Green Dot Representative, Mike Moak, Nicole Mobley, Caleb Mills from Enterprise Rent-A-Car. That will be from the airport when she rented one to go and pick up Al. And then James Mooney from Avis Rental. That would be the rental that her aunt got. Wayne Moore from Mike Maroney Volkswagen. That's probably where she rented her Tiguan from. Jace Morin. Caleb Morgan from PayPal. Richard Murray. Stephanie Nichols from JP Morgan and Chase. Joey from Phillips 66. Nicole from Phillips 66. Nate from Kanoko. Brandy O'Neill from Come and Go. Jeff Houghton. Blaise Herbe from Ring Law Enforcement Specialist. That's from the Ring Doorbells. Frank from the Waste Management. Mallory Jensen. Kayla from Vapor Source Manager. Greg Little, Avis Rental Security Manager. William McNulty. Mark from Bank of America. Terry from Mountain View Electric. Nicole Marks. Kayla Mary. Amy Lowry. Eric Lance, Widefield District 3. Donald Kane from Memorial Hospital Security. Sean Jackson. Harley Hunt, that's her daughter. Mika Howell from Fort Carson. Greg Horsley from Avis Rental. So those are everybody on the prosecution's witness list, plus all the police. There's tons of cops. So all the police departments and everything, they are all going to be there also, you guys. And like I said, there's tons of cops from every agency that you can imagine. So those are the ones that are not actual police. But they've got the El Paso, they got CBI, they've got FBI, they've got specialists, they've got the coroners, they got the medical examiners, detectives, you name it, they've got it. Now, how many of those they are going to call, I don't know. But I don't think that they are going to have to call all of them. Sandra Miller, thank you so much for your super sticker. Yeah, it's going to be a very long walk to this guilty verdict. She obviously is going to be found guilty. There's just no way around it. She basically told on herself in these phone call that she had. And did you guys notice she didn't change her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity until after she fired her first set of lawyers, right? She says she wanted to go per se. She wanted to represent herself, which meant she got all the evidence that was against her, including the recordings, everything. She could listen to everything. So I feel as soon as she's seen that the evidence that they had against her, that's when she concocted her story and decided that she needed another evaluation. She said that she couldn't represent herself no more, so she was supposed to have her same lawyers back, but she said she didn't want them because they didn't work for her. They didn't do what she asked them to do. Tolini had already been appointed to her to help her during pro se, okay, when she wanted to represent herself. He was a lawyer that was appointed by the courts to help her through the process. She said she wanted to keep Tolini. So they kept Tolini on the case. They brought in another lawyer to help Tolini, which is Cook. Then all of a sudden she says she wants another evaluation. She got her legal team to ask for another evaluation. And they stated to the judge at that time, it's not to change her plea, Your Honor. It's just to see what her mental state was after the fact. So the judge allowed it. They came back. As soon as that came back, she changed her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. So she thinks that she can pull this off now. Don't forget, she had a good while to be able to go through all that evidence that they had on her. She knew her goose was cooked, not kicked. I was just reading something, sorry. She knew her goose was cooked, so that's when she came up with, okay, well, I'm just going to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. I'm going to change my plea. That's what happened. Once she's seen all the evidence that was against her. When she found out that Al, in fact, recorded all them phone conversations, etc., she knew she was done. She had to come up with something else, and this is what she came up with. And I'm sure there's other people that are in the jail that have done similar things to her, like she has, and they're the ones that told her how to go about this, because she requested her attorneys to do this. SJ 1979H. I will put my email in the chat here. Please only email me for private reads or if I ask you to email me. Okay, so there's my email. I don't know what that's about, but if you feel you need to speak to me in private, you can email me there and I can go, just let me know when you've sent it and I will go and check it. Thank you again, Sandra, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. I think she's saving it, child of God. I really do. Her ace in the hole is going to be something like, she already once tried to say that Al was involved with the cartel and owed them money. So I can just imagine, you guys. I can just imagine. It very well could be of her ace in the hole was this plea. We don't know. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, as soon as she seen all the evidence that was against her, that's why she only went to the law library so many times. She wanted to hear and see what they had. Like, her lawyers would have told her, they've got recordings of you and Al, but they wouldn't play them for her. Okay? She's not allowed copies of those. She can go over it with her lawyer, but she wanted to see this stuff. And that's why she went pro se. So she could have access to see and hear all of these recordings so she could change the way she was going to go about this case accordingly. Oh, thank you, Bijama. I appreciate it. Al testified to the burns. Apparently, they were just from the little bubbles on him from the candle wax when apparently he dumped the candle. Do we know if it's even true? I don't know, because the coroner didn't mention anything. Now, would they have been able to see that in the autopsy because of the decomp? I don't know. Kathy, yes, I can see your comments, hon. Oh, yes. She is a quack, all right. She's just evil. She is not insane. She's not guilty by reason of insanity. She is just evil to the core and vindictive. Okay, so she did say that. I missed some of it, you guys, because I didn't want to watch while she was on. I listened to some of it, but walked away from a lot of it. She sure is. And she's used to manipulating to get her way. I don't think Harley had anything to do with that. Harley was at work. Harley didn't get home from work until 5:30. They say that Gannon would happen again and happen long before then, because she was already in cleanup mode. Well, thank you, Sensible Crime. I appreciate that. Yeah, she had no problems looking at those photos at all. Looks like court is about to come back, you guys. So once court starts, I will make it larger again here for you guys to see. Yeah, like she watched it like it was nothing.
20 CR 1358,
hang on, let me get my
People versus
headset
Letecia
on.
Stauch record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
Because Gannon was frozen.
Okay.
He was
do you have your
frozen.
Witness?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Okay, I will check it, SJ. Okay, I'm going to mute myself now, you guys, and I will make the screen bigger once it starts. SJ. Oh, wow. I will not say that in the open here.
All rise for
But
the
wow.
jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon. We would call Detective Christina Perry.
It was cold out, Miss CD. So if he was in the trunk or in the back of the
Detective,
truck, he
if
would
you
have stayed
step forward and
frozen.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
I'll make it big in a sec, you guys.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Detective Christina Perry, Perry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 9 years.
And what are your current duties?
I'm still a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under the Special Victims Unit.
And what is a Special Victims Unit?
Typically, we do cases involving children, cases involving at-risk adults, and sex crimes.
How about in January of 2020, where were you assigned within the Sheriff's Office?
I was with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role back then?
I'm sorry, as far as...
You had a lot of roles, right?
Yeah.
Is that why it was tough to answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about the investigation kind of as a whole. Was there a group of detectives working together, sharing information, following leads in the search in the hopes of finding Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir. Due to the size of this investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck. We were all involved in assisting with this investigation.
Back on January 28th of 2020, were you assigned to look into some social media pages regarding the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What was that all about?
So I was trying to kind of gather more information because we were at an early point in the investigation, kind of just trying to figure out any little lead that we could go off of. And I found a variety of different search groups that were titled things like Gannon Stauch Search Party, Where's Gannon Stauch? And so it was kind of a variety of different groups. So I started using a undercover Facebook profile that is used solely for investigative purposes to get into those groups to see if there's anybody that was posting messages about what was going on or if there was any intel that we could gather by following those groups.
So would you routinely look at those different pages to see if there's any investigatory leads?
Yes,
those kind of
sir.
things? Okay. Back on January 28th of 2020, were you, along with Detective Bethel, in the process of interviewing Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
I believe so, yes.
And were you present during the first interview at the police department with Al Stauch?
I was present, however, I believe that was the time that I was working on the Facebook groups, so I was not necessarily watching the entire interview.
Were you present when Mr. Stout called in and said, hey, I got some additional information to give you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that additional information? Do you recall?
I know the interaction was Detective Bethel was on the phone with Mr. Stauch, and he had had some additional information about Ms. Stauch's Tiguan not being at the residence.
Did he indicate to you that he went to French Elementary School and didn't see the car there, and that was troublesome because Ms. Stauch had told him that's where the Tiguan was at?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And what did that cause you to do as a result of getting that information?
So myself and Sergeant Kurt Smith went to look at the surrounding schools, to include French Elementary, to see if we were able to locate her Tiguan.
Okay. And do you remember about what time of night that would have happened at?
I believe it was about 7:30, a little bit after.
If your report indicates that you went to Mesa Ridge High School at 7:37 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that the first area you went to go look for the Tiguan at?
I believe so, yes.
And did you and Sergeant Smith go to the Colorado Springs Airport to look for the Tiguan?
We did not. I went with Detective Marissa Williams.
Okay, so you and Detective Williams went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to look for the Tiguan at the airport?
I do not recall.
Would it have been after 7:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go to the airport to look for the Tiguan?
So we knew that she had obtained a rental car, which we were notified by Mr. Stauch. So we thought that most people get their rental cars from the airport. So we thought we would go and kind of trace the steps, see if we were able to locate the Tiguan at the airport.
And where did you look at the airport, within the airport, looking for this vehicle?
So we had checked the short-term lots as well as the long-term lot, I believe.
Did you go to the rental car return area as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate this black Tiguan that Ms. Stauch was driving?
No, sir.
Did you later learn as to when that Tiguan had left the airport?
I did. I do not recall what time it was right now, though.
Were you involved in the search of the Tiguan?
I was not.
Okay, we'll cover that with someone else then. Were you asked to go to the residence to pick up some additional witnesses, i.e. Gannon Stauch's sister, Letecia Stauch?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Tell the jury about that.
So we wanted to conduct a forensic interview with Letecia Stauch, and so I was requested to come in with Detective Williams or transport Letecia to the office of the sheriff for that interview.
And did you do that?
We got there, and Detective Williams ended up driving her herself while I stayed to assist with the search of the residence.
Did you also come into contact with an individual by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who Harley Hunt is?
Yes, my understanding is that Harley Hunt was Ms. Stauch's daughter.
And did you or anyone else attempt to interview Harley Hunt on January 28th, 2020, when you went back to the residence?
Yes, sir. When I was there, Detective Arndt had advised me that she had tried to speak with Harley, and Harley had refused to respond to the office for an interview and refused to give any information.
And while you're there at the residence, do you remember about what time you got back there?
I would have to reference my report.
If your report says 10 p.m., would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So 10 p.m. on January 28th, 2020, you're at 6627 Mandan.
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? Do you recall to conduct the search?
I know there was Detective Farrell, Detective Arndt, and Detective V. Hill were also present.
And what was your role in that part of the search?
So I perform scribe duties. And scribe duties is I record all evidence that's collected and assist with putting it into packaging to be transported to our evidence facility.
And so could you explain that process to the jury? Do other detectives collect the evidence, give it to you, you bag and tag it, so to speak?
Yes, sir. So when you perform scribe duties, it's like a carbon copy piece of paper, and every item that another detective finds during the search, they would bring me. I would package it in an envelope and collect it all in one place, and then I was responsible for transporting it to the evidence facility when it would later be processed into evidence and completely sealed and everything.
And approximately how long were you there? Do you recall?
No, several hours.
And did you have further contact with Harley Hunt at that time?
While I was waiting for other detectives, I spoke with her kind of about various topics. She had notified me about her career aspirations and about kind of different various things. But if I would mention anything involving her brother, she would refuse to talk to me.
Was that unusual to you?
It seemed odd, yes.
Was she otherwise pretty talkative when she didn't talk about the reason why you're at the house searching?
Yes, sir.
And did you note the things that you actually bagged and later submitted into the evidence locker?
Yes, sir.
Do you have, can you tell the jury those items and I can help you refresh?
Yeah, I have a copy of my report if I can reference.
If you could turn to, it would be page date stamp 10075, 5 of 6 of your report.
Okay.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Here are the items that you bagged and later submitted into evidence.
Okay. We collected a burned carpet square found in the trash can located in the backyard of the house. And this was found by Detective Farrell. A candle that appeared to have carpet fibers, a sock, and other items melted into the wax. This was found in a different trash can located in the back of the house by Detective Farrell.
I'm going to object as the hearsay that where this stuff was found and who found it would have to been relayed by somebody else.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, and it goes to the chain of custody. Detective Farrell is going to be testifying next, and he's going to cover these items. But since she's the one that actually put them in envelopes and sealed them, I've got to be able to cover it with her.
Overruled.
I think you're on number 3 there.
Yes, number 3 was swabs from a black and white Nike woman's right shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs from a black and white woman's left shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located in the basement hallway outside of Gannon's room, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located inside Gannon's room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Pete Vigil. Additional swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil. Swabs of the exterior side of Gannon's door in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil.
And so you noted who collected those items. Would those detectives physically hand those items over to you for you to seal them in an envelope?
Correct. I would place them into an envelope and we would close it but not completely seal it until it was later processed at the evidence facility.
And did you later process those items at the evidence facility?
Yes, sir.
And did you seal them with tape?
Correct.
And is that so when the items would go to the lab for testing, they would be sealed until someone from the lab opened them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn your attention now to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the El Paso County Sheriff's Police Department here, right downtown?
Sheriff's office, yes, sir.
Is that on Vermajo and Tajon, just across the street?
Yes, sir.
Were you there waiting for Miss Stauch, the defendant, to show up for an interview?
Yes, sir.
And did she show up?
No, sir.
Did she show up late?
I believe she showed up later after I had already left.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go out to look at the vehicle that she arrived in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of vehicle did she arrive in?
In her VW Tiguan.
And is this the same VW Tiguan that you were looking for the night before?
Yes, sir.
You had a description of it, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have photos of it?
Yes.
Did you recognize it? Where did you see it on the 29th when Miss Stauch came down to the sheriff's department?
She was parked inside the El Paso County Sheriff's Office parking facility that is located off of Castilla. And it was parked, I believe, on the third floor when we located it.
And what was its condition when you saw it?
It appeared to be freshly washed. There was still water droplets all over the outside of it.
How do you know it was freshly washed?
It was a otherwise dry day. It wasn't raining. And so the presence of water on the entire exterior was unusual.
And was Detective Farrell with you at that point?
I believe so, yes.
And did he take pictures of the vehicle?
I believe so.
And did you later assist in obtaining a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Based on what Ms. Stauch had to say in her interview, did you help obtain another warrant to search the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, did that house go back and be searched on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in that at all?
I believe that one was just the Metro Crime Lab.
Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a canvass of various dumpsters in the university shopping center?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the university shopping center to do that?
So we had received information that Miss Stauch was seen at the Petco located at University Village on 2 occasions that day.
This would have been what day? Do you recall?
I believe the 28th. But
If your report indicates it
I'm
was
sorry, the
January.
27th. There we go, sorry.
So January 27th, 2020, you had information that Ms. Stauch was at this shopping center?
Yes, sir.
And so what is a canvass of dumpsters? What does that mean?
So kind of looking for something out of place, perhaps something that would have been at the home that was removed from the home prior to our search, such as a suitcase or bedding or something along those lines.
Okay. Were you able to find anything in looking in those dumpsters and things?
No, sir.
And do you know how many times Ms. Stauch went to that particular shopping area that day?
I believe it was 2 times.
And we're going to look at some surveillance video from some neighbor's house later on this afternoon. Does that coincide with some of the times that we see Ms. Stauch leaving
Yes, sir.
her residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January 31st of 2020 now. Did you receive some information that Ms. Stauch may have had rented another vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that information, and can you share that with the jury?
I'd have to reference my report to remember the model of that vehicle.
Sure. We can go to page, it's bait stamp 01200. It would be page 3 of your report dated January 31st, 2020.
I apologize. I do not have that report with me.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You can read that top paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
You know the make and model of the car that Ms. Stauch was understanding may have rented at that time?
Yes, sir. I had been advised by Detective Farrell that she had rented a Nissan Altima.
And did you later learn that it was actually her aunt who had rented that vehicle?
I don't think I had been made aware of that.
Did you do anything to obtain a GPS or a warrant to put a GPS device on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
So due to kind of the ongoing issues we'd been having with knowing her Miss Stauch's location, because she kept telling us she was on her way and then she wouldn't be, and everything going on, we were afraid there was a chance of her fleeing. She had a lot of family out of state, so we were concerned that she may try to return out of state, and so we decided to get a tracking warrant to be aware of her location.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not a tracking unit was placed on that vehicle?
It was.
Did you also have information with regards to some financial transactions that were taking place between Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt and their various bank accounts?
Yes, sir. We were made aware that a large amount of money had been transferred into Ms. Stauch's account, I believe, from Harley's account.
And would that have been $2,600?
Yes, sir.
And was that concerning to the fact they may be leaving the area due to that transaction?
Yes, sir. That kind of corroborated our thought of she'd be moving this money so that she was able to flee the state.
And did you know where Ms. Stauch was from?
South Carolina.
And now I want to turn your attention to February 1st of 2020. Have you still been continuing watching these social media groups regarding Gannon Stauch and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you at one point look into a group that called Support T Stauch or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
And was that on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual in those postings during this time period?
If I recall, that was the account that there was a family member of Ms. Stauch posting on that page.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you learn of a photograph that was taken of Gannon Stauch while he was in bed during the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did that cause you to look for anything based on those photographs?
Yes, sir. We had observed that the photograph with Gannon had a specific set of bedding in it that was not located during any of the previous search warrants at the residence.
All right, this time I'd request to publish Exhibit 20 that's already been admitted in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, behind you and to my left is People's Exhibit 20. Is that the photograph you're talking about that you learned was taken on the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what is it in this photograph? What items are you looking for at this point?
So the red blanket with the snowflakes on it had not been located, as well as the sheet that is up above him. Not the one that's on the bed, but it's blue and I believe it has airplanes on it.
Okay.
Or anchors, I'm sorry.
Anchors?
Yes.
And what about the pillow? Was the pillow ever recovered or ever found?
No, sir.
And so what did you do? We can take that down now, thanks. But what did you do to look for these items and where did you look?
So we looked at a couple different locations. The primary one being we went to the El Paso County Transfer Station, known as the dump. And we had the staff locate the area of trash that had been collected around the time frame of the 27th. And they had told us where those items were, and we conducted a search of all of the trash and garbage, attempting to locate that bedding.
And would this be the landfill or, as you
Yes,
said,
sir.
the dump?
Yes, sir.
And did you search in the areas where that neighborhood, that trash would go to?
Yes, sir. They had located where that area had been dumped, and we were able to identify mail from different addresses on Mandan and Intrepid and in that area.
And did you find anything related to 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
I'm going to jump to February 4th now of 2020. Were you also assigned to review various surveillance videos from residents?
Yes, sir.
And would these be like ring video or doorbell videos, those type of things?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to start out with video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir.
And did you review all the video from that particular address?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, are some of these videos different? Are some of them motion activated? And some of them 24/7?
Yes, sir. There's different types of video surveillances. Some of them are set by the user that is able to only alert when there's motion within a certain distance, and they're able to adjust it. So they may only turn on if somebody approaches the front door, whereas others record constantly.
And the one we're going to talk about, 6643 Mandan, does that record constantly?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and watch hours and hours of surveillance video just to see what happens during the course of the 26th, the 27th, into the 28th?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
Trying to see if there was anything that we could go off of as far as suspicious activity, if we could see the time frames where Gannon was seen last, if we could kind of piece together the story of what happened.
Were you also looking for cooperative evidence of things that Ms. Stauch had told Detective Bethel and other members of your organization?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with this story about her being raped and somebody, construction guy coming to the house, a carpet guy named Eduardo, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And were you watching this video nonstop to see if anybody would come or leave from that residence, especially in a truck that had carpet repair on it?
Yes, sir.
And was that based on what Ms. Stauch was telling you?
Yes, sir.
Or not telling you, but telling members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a construction worker go in and out of the residence at the time frame that Gannon Stauch went missing?
No, sir.
When you're reviewing these particular videos, were you familiar with the people who lived at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Knew what Al Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Letecia Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Ms. Stauch is wearing a light pink shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Did you know what Lena Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
And Lena was the 8-year-old girl that was there?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what Gannon Stauch looked like?
Yes, sir.
How about Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
You actually met Harley on the night of the 28th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what vehicles were associated? We'll start with Harley. What kind of vehicle was Harley driving?
I remember hers was a silver sedan. I don't recall what model hers was.
Was it a white Volkswagen Jetta?
Sorry, white. Yes, sir.
Okay. And we already talked about Miss Stauch and the black Tiguan Volkswagen.
Yes, sir.
Was there another vehicle that was assigned or that Al Stauch drove?
Yes, sir. There was a red Nissan Frontier.
And so as you're watching the videos, if you saw those vehicles move around, would you make note of it in your report?
Yes, sir.
If you saw those individuals walking around, would you make note of that in your report?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you saw a carpet worker named Eduardo go in the house and leave with a suitcase, would you put that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that?
No, sir, I did not.
When you were looking for the blankets and the pillow and the covers from Gannon's bed, did you have any information as to where to look?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not the first time I heard that. Did you have any GPS information as to Miss Stauch and her phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app is?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Life 360 app associated with the defendant, Miss Stauch?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to track her whereabouts based on that app?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app does?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What does it do?
So it's a app used a lot of time with families, so you're able to know where your family members are and it tracks your location.
And so were you able to search various areas that Miss Stauch may have been looking for items that might be related to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything?
No, sir.
Now, we talked about dumpsters and canvassing dumpsters and things like that. Is it critical that you get to the dumpsters before the dumpsters go to, your words, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And by the time you get to this Life 360 app, had several days gone by?
Yes, sir.
In front of you, there's a series of discs. I'd like to start with People's Exhibit 41, which should be the one on top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 41?
It is a disc containing video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive.
And would that be related to January 27th of 2020,
Yes, sir.
approximately 10:13 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc?
I did.
How do you know that?
My initials and date are on the top of the CD.
And does this particular disc have 2 clips on it?
Yes, sir.
And is it the disc that shows 6627 Mandan Drive from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict a black Tiguan, a red Nissan truck in that area?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict the video that you reviewed from that location?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 41 at this time.
Exhibit 41 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Let's go to 42 now. Do you see People's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 42?
It is going to be another video clip that depicts from 6643 that depicts 6627. That is later in the day than the first disc.
We talked about the Petco situation where Ms. Stauch went there a couple times in an afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Are these timeframes when the vehicle leaves and when the vehicle come back consistent with what we know and when she was at the Petco?
Yes, sir.
And does People's Exhibit 42 accurately depict the surveillance video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 42.
No objection.
Exhibit 42 will be admitted as well.
Now, in People's Exhibit 42, can you see individuals get out of this red Nissan truck?
Yes, sir.
And People's Exhibit 43, is that an enhanced version of People's Exhibit 42? So you can zoom in and see, for instance, individuals getting out of the truck at a closer view?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict People's Exhibit 42, or at least a portion of that, as to when these individuals get out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And can you see it more clear because of the zoomed in focused version?
Yes, sir.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 43.
Defense. Exhibit 43 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Next one is going to be People's Exhibit 46. What is People's Exhibit 46?
It's going to be another clip from the same address pointed at 6643 and shows Lena arriving home later in the day.
And is that accurately depict the video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive that depicts 6627 Mandan Drive when Lena gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict Lena out in front of the residence for a certain amount of time after she gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that as to what you saw on 6643 from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 46.
Defense. Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
And then People's Exhibit 47. Do you have that? What is People's Exhibit 47?
So that's going to be later again in the day once Harley returns home to the house.
And again, does that accurately depict that portion of the video that you reviewed from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 47.
No objection. Exhibit 47 will be admitted.
And then finally, we have People's Exhibit 220 there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 220?
That is when the vehicle leaves the house later in the day.
Would that be the next day of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the surveillance video on the 28th in the morning hours
Yes, sir.
from 6643 Mandan Drive? Does that People's Exhibit 220 accurately depict what you saw? A vehicle leaving 6627, another vehicle backing out and backing into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 220.
Defense.
No objection.
Exhibit 220 will be admitted.
Okay. So we're going to go back to People's Exhibit 41. We indicated that it's 2 clips. Can you just briefly summarize what we're about to see, or would you prefer to do that after we see it?
I prefer to do it after.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. That's why I threw that in there. So why don't we publish People's Exhibit 41? And again, these are 2 clips. We'll start with the first clip on the disc, okay? So why don't we pause that real quick if you don't mind? I'm sorry, Ms. Gratiano. So now that we see the first slides of this People's Exhibit 41, can you point out what we're looking at and where 6627 would be located? There should be a pointer up there. That's a pointer. That.
Yes, sir. So right here is the red Nissan Frontier associated to this address. So this house right here would be 6627.
And can we see the black Tiguan in this image?
Yes, sir. The black Tiguan.
And so would 6643 be a couple houses north of 6627?
Yes, sir.
So we're now looking from north to the south towards 6627, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit play, please. Pause, please. We see an individual walking there to the red Nissan truck. Do you know who that individual is?
It appeared to be Gannon.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Well, does Gannon drive the truck?
No, sir. Can we, sorry, go.
Is that hard for you to see from there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we continue to play and watch and see what happens, okay?
All right.
Does that kind of refresh your recollection of who that might be?
Yes, sir. I believe that was Miss Stauch moving the truck.
The defendant, Ms. Stauch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go ahead and resume, please? Thank you. Can we pause it, please? Now we see an individual walk towards the back of the red Nissan. Do you know who that individual is?
I apologize for before that was Gannon.
So is this when we see Gannon come to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the clothing that he had on?
I do not.
Is it a little bit more difficult to see on these TV monitors than a computer?
Yes, sir.
I imagine when you're watching these videos, you were probably looking at a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit resume, please. That's clip one for the record. It's approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, clip two, does that overlap clip one a little bit? Will we pick up towards the end of clip one and then take it from there?
Yes, sir.
We can play clip two now, please. Okay, for the record, that concludes clip two of People's Exhibit 41, which is 3 minutes and 1 second long. We talked about when you initially saw this video, you were sitting at a computer screen. Would you take notes as to what you actually saw happen and then later transfer those notes to a report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that report there in front of you?
I believe so.
I'll direct you to page 3 of 4 of your report dated March 10th, 2020. Page stamp 11137.
I'm sorry, you said March 10th.
Yes.
I do not have that one with me.
Okay. Let me approach you.
You may.
A copy of the report.
Yes, sir.
And do you have the descriptions of what you see taking place on the video as you're watching it from your computer screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you just kind of read to yourself what you have noted from People's Exhibit 41 that we just saw when Gannon and the defendant leave in the red Frontier truck?
Yes.
Okay, have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you specifically put who walks out to the truck when it's in the street, gets in it, drives out, and backs into the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Miss Stauch.
And when you're watching this on your computer, are you able to go back and watch it several times and make sure you got everything right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you also note when they come back out of the house and the truck is in the driveway, who gets in and who's where?
Yes, sir.
Who do you know? What do you note there?
I'd observed that Gannon stepped into the driver's side back seat, and Miss Stauch appeared to get into the driver's seat after she walked back inside and then came back out.
And do you have a time for that particular action?
Yes, that was at 10:13 a.m.
And do you have a time for when they actually leave?
That was at 10:15 a.m.
And does that coincide with this Petco trip that we talked about where she's seen at the Petco area and you search that shopping area?
Yes, sir.
Now, before we play People's Exhibit 42, what I'd like to do is have you summarize what we're about to see in People's Exhibit 42, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So in that exhibit, one of the other vehicles is leaving the house.
Well, is People's Exhibit 42 when they come back after they leave at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon on January 27th?
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong disc. This is confusing me. Okay, yes, sorry. 42 is when they are seen returning back to the residence.
Okay, so what do you see? What do you see on the video and what did you note as you're watching it closely at your desk?
So I observed that the red Frontier returns, and it was initially hard to tell because she's seen stepping out of the vehicle, and then upon closer examination, it was seen that a shadow is seen in the footage of what appears to be Gannon stepping out of the vehicle as well.
And does that happen as soon as the driver's side door opens in the video?
Yes, sir.
This time we request to publish People's Exhibit 42.
You may.
And you pause it, please. Sorry. So we paused it at 2:35. Did you see the shadow you were talking about in this particular video clip?
It is hard to see from this distance.
Can you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Now, I probably should have asked you this before we played this, but where does this shadow come from?
I believe it is the back passenger seat. The door opens. If I could refresh my recollection.
Well, it's on the opposite side of the truck that we're seeing here in the rear
Yeah.
passenger side seat, right side of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And does it happen very quickly in the door?
Yes, sir.
We can go ahead and resume, please. Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 42. It's 7 minutes and 26 seconds long. I want to talk to you about the end there. We see the black Tiguan right back out of the driveway, turn around and back into the driveway. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell whether or not it backed all the way into the garage?
Based on the shadows underneath the frontier, it appeared to back all the way into the garage.
And are you familiar with other surveillance video in this investigation from across the street, 6626 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
You didn't watch that one?
I don't think so, no.
And at the end of People's Exhibit 42, we see some individuals, looks like they cross the street at the end of the road.
Yes, sir.
Start walking up the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
Is that soon after the Tiguan is backed into the garage?
Yes, sir.
And then we see a vehicle come by shortly after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously, if there's other surveillance video across the street at 6626, they would pick up that same activity so you can coincide the two different videos. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to play People's Exhibit 43 now, and I just want to give it some context. It's not going to be, excuse me, everything that we just saw in People's Exhibit 42. Tell us what we're going to see.
So 43 is going to be the kind of zoomed in on those shadows that I referenced previously of being able to see a shadow consistent with somebody stepping out of the frontier.
Okay. That concludes People's Exhibit 43. It's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Could you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43, the leg drop on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not the garage door was open or closed when they got back?
I do not.
Would it be able to show it if it was from 6626 Mandan Drive across the street, if the garage was open or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you annotate in your report what time Ms. Stauch moves the Tiguan to back it into the garage?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What time was that?
2:24 p.m.
And the next disc, People's Exhibit 46, is that approximately 3:11 p.m. when we see a school bus coming by that has Lena on it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and publish People's Exhibit 46 now, please. Go ahead and pause it, please. Okay, we paused it at 2:07 into the video. There appears to be a child by the red Nissan truck walking up the driveway. Do you know who that is?
It appeared to be Lena.
And is that consistent with her coming from the bus stop, which is around the corner?
Yes, sir.
There appears to be people working on some kind of electrical box out in the front yard of 6627.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not those individuals were ever interviewed?
Detective Arndt was going to follow up with them. I'm not sure if they were interviewed.
Okay. But what do we see with Lena coming home from school? Does she have anything on her person?
It's hard to tell from here. I believe she had a backpack on her, though.
And is she able to go into the house when she comes home from school?
I believe she went in very briefly.
Can we work on the volume? But not go up any higher? We're going to see if we can increase the volume, Judge, before you hit resume.
All right.
Could you hear Lena talking and saying things to the individuals out in the front yard and to someone at the house?
Yes, sir.
Good. Let's go ahead and resume it now, please.
No. Yeah, way down there. I'm going to new wire.
Can you pause it, please? Who do we see that are walking on the sidewalk?
Appears to be Lena.
And did you see where she came from?
It looked like she came from the area of the front door garage area of the house.
Did she come from the opposite side of the truck?
I did not see that part. I apologize.
Um, just to kind of give us some context, they get home at 2:20 p.m. What time was it when Miss Stout moved the Tiguan into the garage?
At 2:24.
And the school bus comes back at 3:11, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this video is 19 minutes and 29 seconds long.
Yes, sir.
Is Lena outside for this entire 19 minutes and 29 seconds?
I'm unable to tell due to her being off camera.
What time would it be if we take from the time the Volkswagen backed into the garage up until the end of this 19, I guess it would be what, 3:30, something like that?
Approximately an hour.
And from you reviewing all this video, who are the two people inside the house for that hour?
Gannon and his mother, or his stepmother, sorry, the defendant.
You can resume, please. And is that Lena that we see walking by? It's at 9:06, right?
Did it turn on? You gotta hook it up up there. Oh, I didn't get up there.
We paused it at 10:50. Your Honor, I think it might be a good idea for the jury to stretch out maybe or stand up or.
Okay, we can do that. Everybody do a seventh inning stretch. All right, we all good to go? All right.
So before we hit resume and before the seventh inning stretch here, did you see where Lena went as she walked back towards the house?
Yeah, she appeared to go on the other side of the Nissan.
And would that be consistent with going through the garage door? In other words, when we saw her get off the bus and come home from school, she walked on this side of the Nissan to the front door perhaps.
Yes, sir.
Is it also consistent with going to the garage door if she's on the other side of the truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can go ahead and resume, please.
Okay. That's pretty hot.
Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 46. We see, is that Lane on the bicycle riding away from her house?
Yes, sir.
Do we ever see her when she gets back to the house? Are we able to pick that up at all?
We do not.
So we don't know what time she got back into the house?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to publish People's Exhibit 47 in a minute, but before we do that, is People's Exhibit 47 essentially Harley getting home from work, Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And is Harley Hunt in the house for a period of time?
Yes.
And then what happens after 10 or so minutes?
Harley and Lena both appear to leave in Harley's vehicle.
Yeah, if it's okay, what we may do is start it as to when Harley gets home and then fast forward to when they leave. Because the rest of it's just the white Jetta sitting in front of the house, unless the court wants to watch the whole.
Is there an objection by the defense?
No.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and publish People's Exhibit 47 now. So we paused it at 55 seconds. We saw a white vehicle pull up. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
It'd be Harley's VW Jetta or Jetta, sorry.
And was that Harley who got out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
She goes in, and then you said her and Lena come out later?
Yes, sir.
If we can just fast forward to about, I would say 11 minutes. Okay, go back just a little bit. Right there's good. So before you hit play, we're at 15:13 on the video, Your Honor. Go ahead, hit play. Okay, that concludes People's Exhibit 47 at 16 minutes and 16 seconds. If you have Harley getting home at 4:37 p.m. on January 28, 2020, she's in the house for approximately 15 minutes. Would it be safe to say that at 4:52 p.m. is when her and Lena leave?
Yes, sir. I believe I have 451 annotated in my report.
I was close. Okay, let's go to People's Exhibit 220 now. Now we're on January, that was January 27th. Okay, so January 27th at 4:37 p.m., Harley gets home.
Yes, sir.
And 4:51, they leave to go, okay? Now we're at the 28th, and I want to turn your attention to People's Exhibit 222. Basically, 220, I'm sorry. Yeah, People's Exhibit 220, you're correct, Your Honor. We have two clips on this. Could you describe what the first clip is, if you remember?
The first one would be the defendant leaving for the airport in her vehicle, and the second clip was when she had Harley move her Jetta, and they kind of were just repositioning vehicles in the driveway.
So would the first clip be at 8:13 a.m. or approximately that time frame?
I believe so.
And based on your understanding of the investigation, that's when she's going to the Colorado Springs Airport to pick up Al Stauch, her husband at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can go ahead and play clip 1, please. Now, we just finished clip 1. It was, God, I want to say 50-something seconds. I didn't catch the time, Your Honor. The Tiguan leaves the driveway and it looks like it stopped at the end of the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue with the tape, or did Ms. Stauch actually stop and sit there for a second?
I do not recall.
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
All right. Let's go ahead and play clip 2. Okay, that includes clip 2, 3 minutes long. Did it appear to you that the Volkswagen Jetta went into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time that took place in relation to the defendant leaving for the airport at 8:13 a.m.?
I do not.
Do you have that in your report?
I do not. No.
Can I retrieve that report, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you have your report dated February 4th, 2020?
I do.
I'll turn your attention to the last page, which is 5 of 5. It's Bates stamp 01426. Do you document when the Jetta pulls out of the driveway and then pulls back into the driveway and goes into the garage?
Yes, sir. That was at 8:51 a.m.
And when it pulls back in, is it 8:53 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good afternoon. Doing all right.
All right. So you've been a detective with the sheriff's office for 9 years now?
A detective for about 3 years, been employed for 9 years.
Oh, okay. And going back kind of to the beginning with this, with this case, how many searches did you do of 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe I participated in 2 of them.
Okay, and one would have been on the Tuesday and then one on the Wednesday. Were they in back-to-back days?
I believe so.
Okay. And what time did you get there on Tuesday?
I would have to refresh my recollection by referencing my report.
You have that report up there?
I believe so.
Okay.
I arrived at the residence approximately 10 o'clock on the 28th, so I believe it was about that time when I...
Okay, 10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock p.m.
PM, okay. And when you got there, who's there?
At that time, there was Detective Farrell, Detective V. Hill, Detective Arndt. I had arrived with Detective Williams, Lena, and Harley were at the residence.
They were at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Now, ideally, if you're doing a search of a crime scene, the best case scenario, you're there quickly after the crime occurred.
Yes, sir.
And then that crime scene would be secured.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to secure, why do you guys secure crime scenes generally?
For preservation of evidence.
Okay, because you don't want other people, civilians, whoever, going into that crime scene and either taking something out that should have been there or leaving something that shouldn't be there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes it can be even done unintentionally. I mean, you could leave trace evidence, fingerprints, DNA, hairs, that could corrupt a crime scene if it's not secured.
Yes, sir.
And so this obviously, based upon the information, the best case scenario, it's up to a day, if not more, past when you believe the crime occurred, when the house is searched, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how long, and so was Harley there before any detectives got there?
I do not know. I was not the first one there.
And do you know how long Harley had unfettered access to the crime scene?
I do not.
She was the only, well, she's 17 at the time, but she's the closest thing to an adult civilian there when you guys get there.
Yes, sir.
It's just her and Lena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you leave, Lena is taken from the crime scene, but Harley is left there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so again, Harley has access to the crime scene after the search is done, and then before you guys do the search the next day.
While I was at the residence, I had described that I was performing scribe duties. So I was in the kitchen area and Harley remained in my immediate view the entire time.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. But after you guys leave and before you guys come back to do the second search, she would have had unfettered access to the crime scene.
She left while we were at the residence. I do not know if she had returned to the
So
address.
she may or may not have unfettered access to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going to those videos that we were just watching, it appears that the truck gets back to the residence around 2:19. That I'm going back to the videos that we were just watching just now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is, at least of what, the best of what you can see, it appears it's Ms. Stauch and Gannon getting out of the truck at that point in time and going into the residence.
Yes, sir.
And then about sometime after 3, we see the school bus and it looks like Lena then goes into the house around 3:11, 3:10, 3:11.
It's a little bit after that, but yes, sir.
Okay. I also noticed on that video, it appears during the whole course of the day, there was a lot of utility workers on that street right in front of the house working on that transponder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never interviewed any of those utility workers?
Detective Arndt was going to be reaching out to them.
To the best of your knowledge, did any of those utility workers report hearing gunshots?
Not that I'm aware of.
Based from that video, if somebody's coming from the south, you can't really tell. I mean, somebody could come from the south and get into that house and be undetected, correct?
Potentially, yes.
I mean, that's how, I mean, it appears Lena did that when she came back from her bike.
Yes, sir.
Because we see her leave on the bike and you watched close to like 48 hours of that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
A lot of video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we see Lena leave on that bike. We never see her go back in the house from the bike trip.
Yes, sir.
And then we see her leave the house with Harley to get in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it appears that somehow Lena was able to access and get inside the house that was not captured on that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
In some portion of that video, especially during the day, it actually appears or sounds like you get some pretty decent sound quality.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can actually hear Lena talking with the utility worker there.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't feel like they're yelling. It kind of appears like they're just talking.
Yes, sir.
You never heard any gunshots in the 48 hours of video that you reviewed.
Not that I recall, sir.
And then lastly, that the next morning, for some reason, it doesn't appear to be sound on the video. Do you know why?
I do not.
Do you know why sometimes there's sound on the video and sometimes there's not?
I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. In an ideal situation, you'd like to show up to a crime scene right after the crime happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons you want to do that is because you don't want whoever committed a crime to clean up that crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, who was controlling when police came to the house on January 27th, 2020?
Mr. and Ms. Stauch.
The reason why the sheriff's office got involved at all is because Ms. Stauch called 911, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she called 911 shortly after 6 p.m. that evening.
Yes, sir.
Police arrived shortly after 10 p.m. that evening.
I think initial responders had arrived earlier. The detectives did not arrive until later.
But you can see when you're looking at the video on 6643, when the sheriff deputies showed up, right? It was after 10 p.m. that night?
I believe so.
Okay. And the jury's already seen the body worn camera of Deputy Yumpkin and the audio of Deputy Parker.
Objection, another question.
Yeah, sustained.
Hold
on.
I agree.
Jury, that's good, because I'm going to tell the jury that they will disregard counsel's comments. As we know, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Mr. Young, if you have a question.
So you were able to see when the deputies arrived on January 27th, 2020
Yes, sir.
for the first time,
Yes, sir.
and that was after 10 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your investigations and your career as a deputy in the sheriff's office, have you been called out to gunshots fired, those type of scenes?
Yes, sir.
And have you done neighborhood canvasses where there's been gunshots alleged to be fired?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to neighbors who have both heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to neighbors who did not hear gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Is there ways to muffle the gunshot?
Yes, sir.
Is it surprising to you that no one heard a gunshot when Gannon was killed?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, sir.
Did you even know that Gannon had been shot until after March of 2020 when his body was discovered?
I did not.
Did you even know to ask anyone if they heard gunshots?
I did not.
Those are my questions, Joe.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Perry? No? All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:05, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:05.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, like I just said, I didn't hear any gunshots on that video either, and I've got some pretty good earbuds in. I think some of the noise that you were hearing was from the residents of the people who had the Ring doorbell camera. I did hear, a male voice, a female, maybe even a child. But that, I heard some bangs and stuff. That was coming from inside the home where that Ring doorbell was. So the poll is up, you guys, to see how many of you believe that Harley knew what happened to Gannon. Simply Red, thank you so much for your super sticker, and thank you for asking for the poll. If Harley is called, Harley is going to be called as a prosecution witness. She's probably going to be viewed as a hostile witness. She probably does not want to testify. She didn't even want to talk to the police. But she is on the prosecution's list, which means she can't be on the defense list if she's on the prosecution's list. Prosecution is going to have a chance to cross-examine her, but she cannot be on both lists. Yeah, I don't know if Letecia told her not to speak to the police, but I know she refused to speak to the police, so. Thank you, Simply Red, for your super sticker. I appreciate it. Janelle says, I think Mom lied to her just like everybody else and said Harley could have been scared of her. Oh, I bet she was scared of her mom. That poll is from Simply Red. She asked for the poll, so we put it up. Yeah, a hostile witness is somebody who's very reluctant to tell anything, let alone the truth. That favors maybe one side over the other, whose testimony can be taken basically with a grain of salt because they're being forced to testify instead of wanting to testify to what they've seen. They call it a hostile witness because they just don't want to be there. I don't think she's trying to pin it on Harley. I think she's got bigger plans on who she wants to pin it on, and I think that person is sitting in the courtroom. But at this point, I mean, she's already said not guilty by reason of insanity, so that's basically saying, I did it, but I was insane at the time. So I don't think she's going to have much luck pinning this on anybody but herself. And she pretty much did that in her phone conversations with trying to get a fake lie detector test. Like all these things that she did to cover this up. Gannon's body being found on her way to South Carolina, where 2 miles from where she stopped for the night and rented a motel room. So, I mean, she's pretty much ratted herself out. Yeah, this is not Landon's fault at all. I don't think Harley knew at the beginning, you guys, but I do think that she started questioning things once the ball got rolling on this. Yeah, I think she at some point she became aware of it. Oh, thank you, Simply Red. Thank you. I know she was very jealous of Landon. And don't forget, her and Landon used to be friends. They were on the same baseball team together. That's how she met Al. I get you there, Jean. I would say no, too, because I don't think that Harley knew what had happened. I think she became aware maybe later down the line. I think she's not a stupid kid. I think she pieced 2 and 2 together that, holy crap, my mom did do this. But I don't think that that was right away. Juror 11 is going home. Drive safe, Shy. Yeah, I'm sure she walked on eggshells most of her life. I'm pretty sure that she had seen some kind of abuse in the past with Gannon, as well as probably herself. Depending on how she was when she was raising Harley before she even met Al, I mean, if you're growing up and you're treated this way growing up, to you it becomes something normal. You know what I mean? Don't forget, she was only 17 years old at the time. If this is things that happened to her, where she was backhanded or yelled and screamed at or gaslit or whatever, to her that would be normal because that's the way Letecia probably raised her too. You can see Harley at a very young age, dancing with her mom. I feel the songs and stuff like that were inappropriate. I think there was a lot of things that were done in front of Harley that were inappropriate, and this is the way she grew up. So did she think some of this abuse towards Gannon was just an everyday normal thing? I'm not talking about the final act she did, but I'm saying if she abused Gannon in the past, Harley probably thought that that was something that was normal because of the way her mother was when she was being brought up. Like you basically have to learn right from wrong on your own when you're brought up with somebody like her. Believe me, I know, because my biological mother was no role model. And when I started hitting, 13, 14, 15, I was already in care and refused to even go see her because of things that were happening and what she was doing in front of, I was still considered a child, so I wouldn't even go on visits to her. I refused. It's a vicious, vicious cycle. I don't think that she's going to stand up for her. I just think she just doesn't want no part of it. She wants it gone from her life. She doesn't want this following her around for the rest of her life. I'm going to be interested to see who's called up next. I know they were saying that Harley was being called, so let's see. Hopefully it is Harley next. Yeah, that's what I was saying, CC Schrader. I think she did end up figuring it out, but I think it was after the fact. I don't think she needs to plead the fifth, because if she did nothing wrong, then if she wasn't involved in this, then there's nothing for her to plead the fifth. I don't think there's too much that could be incriminating towards her. Pleading the fifth is you not wanting to say anything that may incriminate yourself. I don't think she really did anything to incriminate herself until she figured it out. By then, her mother was already arrested. I really don't think she knew until afterwards. I don't know the order, but Harley's testimony is going to be, that's what they're talking about right now. We're talking about Harley's car, and we've seen as they're going through the witnesses, they speak on something and then they have something to back it up. So they were just speaking on Harley's car, and when Lena got home and Lena went with Harley to the dollar store, Harley and Lena came back. I think they're setting it up for Harley to get on the stand. You'll notice that throughout the trial. They'll bring something up and then they bring in evidence to back it up. Like back to back. Yeah, she just needs to tell the truth. If she didn't do anything wrong, she doesn't need immunity. You can refuse to speak to the police. There's nothing against the law about not speaking to the police. I hope they don't put that little girl on the stand either. Yeah, and I believe Harley, each day that if she came to realize it before Letecia was arrested, yeah, she was probably terrified to say anything. It could have been her next. But I don't think she did. I think she finally put it all together when they arrested Letecia. Yes, I do believe Harley is a victim too. Yes, and this is why I think she's going to be classified as a hostile witness, because she just wants it to go away. She doesn't want the sins of her mother constantly following her for the rest of her life. It's nothing Harley did caused Letecia to do what she did. So Harley should not be punished for the sins of her mother for the rest of her life. This child is still young. Like, she's 20, 21 right now. Like, she's still young. She was 17 years old at the time this happened. Like, that takes your whole life away from you. So I can see how she just wants to distance herself. I don't think Al has a relationship, or Landon has a relationship at all with Harley anymore. She's a victim of her mother's acts. I don't think she did. I don't think she did at all. I think she was kept in the dark just as much as everybody else. Mary, long time no see. Hope you are well. Yeah, the best thing you can do is get out of Dodge. Lena is on the witness list, but I hope to God they don't have to call her. I do believe that they went and seen their mother, holidays, summer vacations, March breaks, stuff like that. Let's not make it something it's not. No matter what kind of custody arrangement or visitation that they have, this has nothing to do with Landon at all, or why she didn't have full custody. It has nothing to do with Landon. There's anything Landon did that made Letecia do something like this. This is all on Letecia. I think the prosecution's... Thank you, Sheila. I think the prosecution is doing an awesome job. Yes, Al filed for divorce after Letecia was arrested. And then he married a new woman not long after. Yeah, I hope they don't call her. They are going to be coming back any minute, you guys. You can't plead the fifth to protect anybody else but yourself. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he's done some questionable things even since this. And I'm not blaming Al, so don't come at me thinking that I'm blaming Al for this. But I feel like he's made some really bad decisions. Not long after Letecia was arrested, he got a new girlfriend and ended up leaving his new girlfriend to babysit Lena while he went to work. It's like there would be no way in hell that I would leave my child with anybody else other than a family member because of what just happened to my son. But he did. And I believe that that is what is going on even now. He married this new girl and she's now the babysitter while he's away. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go a full 6 weeks, you guys. I think it's going to be going a lot faster. And there's Letecia smiling away, laughing and smiling.
Oh. Men's.
All right, call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before we bring them in?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring them.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you guys. I will make it bigger once everything starts. Look at her just like laughing away like this is like she's at a day camp or something. Like she is, oh, despicable. Smiling and laughing away with her. Oh, here we go. Look at, listen to me. Ugh. Just watch her, you guys. Despicable.
It's a word for maintenance.
Yeah.
Oh, good. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah. It's admins.
Mm-hmm.
There she goes, laughing and smiling away again. That's why I blew it up, you guys. Like, oh, she's makes my skin crawl.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, we would call Detective Tim Farrell to the stand.
Detective Farrell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name, introduce yourself to the jury, and spell your last for the record?
Detective Timothy Farrell. That's Ferrell. I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
3.
Back in January of 2020, what were your assigned roles with the sheriff's office?
I was assigned to the Special Victims Unit within the Investigations Division.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stauch?
I was.
And back on January 28th of 2020, was one of your duties or assignments to go out and search 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And why were you going out to search that residence?
Initially, the call came in as a missing juvenile endangered, which is why it got referred to investigation. So we went out to try to figure out where the child had gone, whether we could find any evidence, whether they ran away, whatever the case might be. So we were just trying to figure out what exactly happened to see whether we were able to gather any evidence.
Did you have any idea what you were looking for when you went out there?
Not at that point, no.
About what time did you get out there on the 28th? Do you recall?
The house, I believe it was around 10 p.m.
Okay. Who was there when you got there? Do you remember?
Besides the other detectives, I believe Harley was the only other person on scene at that time.
Did you know whether or not Lena, the 8-year-old child, had already been taken to go be interviewed?
I'm not sure on that now.
As you're out there on the 28th, you said around 10 p.m., were you getting information from the police department, the sheriff's office, as to the investigation as to items you may want to look for, things like that?
Yes, through the sergeant.
Were people being interviewed at the sheriff's office and giving information and relaying it back to you as to what you should be looking for?
Yes, they were.
So what did you know prior to going into the residence at 6627?
I knew that patrol had been called in the day prior for a runaway. They had not found any evidence as far as had not found a child on scene, hadn't been able to locate him. And beyond that, there wasn't a whole lot of information when we got there. Once we arrived on scene, the information was pretty sporadic at that point. We didn't have a whole lot to go on.
So what was the game plan? What'd you do when you got there?
Basically, we went in, took photographs of the entire scene. One of the other detectives took those. And then we basically just went through looking for something or anything out of the ordinary or something that might help point us toward where you might have went or what had happened.
And did you and your fellow detectives search the entire house, every room in the house?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any loose shell casings that look like they'd been expended from a gun?
I did not know.
Would that be something that would be unusual or suspicious if you found a shell casing on a floor somewhere?
Yes, it would.
Did you see any blood in the house?
Not visually, no.
Would that again be something that would be suspicious, draw your attention to that?
Yes, it would.
You said you went through and you took photographs within the house. Did you take photographs of the exterior and the interior of the house?
I believe so. It was another detective that took the photographs.
Would you recognize those photographs if you saw them again?
Yes, I would.
In front of you to your right are a stack of photographs. If you could take a look at those, and for the record, those would be People's Exhibit 240, 241, 242 through 245, 247, 248, 250, 251, and we'll stop at 251 when you get there. Have you had a chance to look at those pictures?
I have.
And what are those pictures of?
That's the inside of the residence. Appears to be mostly of the laundry room area.
And are there pictures of some Nike shoes that are on a washing machine?
Yes, there are.
And do all those pictures, I'll be specific for the record, People's Exhibit 240 through 245, 247, 248, 250, and 251, do they all depict the laundry room at 6627 Mandan Drive as it looked like on the night of January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
And are we would move to admit those particular exhibits?
Defense?
Objection.
Exhibits 240 through 245, 247, 248, 250, and 251 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish 240.
Go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 240 here on the TV screens?
This is the entrance from the garage into the laundry room.
And could you, we got a stick pointer up there. Do you see that anywhere? Yeah. Can you just kind of point out some things that I asked you about? For instance, can you point out the entry to the garage in this photograph? In this door right here. And do you see a dryer or a washer there on the right? And is there appear to be a shoe rack there on the left?
Yes, it does right here.
And this is what it looked like when you got there on the 28th?
Yes, it does.
We can go to 241, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 241?
That is the washer and dryer in the laundry room.
And do you know which one is the washer and which one's the dryer?
I believe the one on the left is the washer.
And Detective Farrell, I'm gonna have to ask you to speak up loudly because when you're facing the TV, voice is going that way and these people. So let's go to People's Exhibit 242 at this time. What do we see in People's Exhibit 242?
Large mound of clothing on top of the washer and the dryer.
And is that what it looked like when you initially got to the residence?
Yes, it does.
And did you do anything to look through this clothing?
Myself personally, no.
Did anybody do that?
Detective John Price did.
And were you there when he was doing that?
I was not there when he was initially looking through it, but he called me up once he was looking through that.
And why did he call you up? Do you know?
He found a pair of shoes with that seemed out of place to him with a pink residue on the bottom of the soles.
We go to 243, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 243?
A little bit closer shot over top of the washer.
244? What do we see in 244?
These are the shoes that Detective Price pointed out to me.
And is that what they look like when you got into the laundry room?
Yes.
And you talked about some kind of, did you say pink substance on the bottom of these shoes?
Correct.
What did you think that substance was?
There was suspicion that it was possibly blood and had been washed, but had soaked into the sole issue.
Why did you have a suspicion of that?
Just based on our experience and the time that we've seen blood-soaked clothing, it just seemed out of place. It seemed very strange to us at that point.
So is this one of the instances that we were talking about when we started out, that you didn't necessarily know what you were looking for, but if you saw something out of the ordinary, you're gonna make note of it?
Yes.
And so what did you do upon seeing these shoes?
We photographed those, and then I also took swabs of the bottom of both of the shoes.
And in this particular shoe, which shoe is which?
This is the left foot, and that would be the right foot.
Could you point out on the right foot any areas of discoloration that you've been talking about?
Right up through here. This picture is a little hard to see, but basically on the indentations of the pattern of the sole, there was the pink residue.
Okay. If we can go to People's Exhibit 245, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 245?
This is where it had soaked into the foam on the shoe and gave that discoloration all throughout it.
And just so the record's clear, you're using a pointer to point out looks like in the middle of the shoe where there's a crease. You're saying there's some discoloration there?
Correct.
Is that the area that you swabbed with regards to the right bottom of the shoe?
Correct, right up in this area here.
And if you would resume your seat, there's a brown envelope marked 246. I believe it's going to be on your right-hand side. Do you see that?
Uh, 246. Okay, there we go.
246. You got that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
It states that it's one package of 2 swabs from women's black and white Nike shoes.
And is that the swab that you took from this shoe?
Yes, it is.
And how do you know that?
Because I placed it into this envelope, and it was later taken to evidence and then inputted into evidence by Detective Perry.
And you need to open that up to know that that's what's in that envelope.
No.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 246.
Defense? Exhibit 246 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can now publish 247, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 247?
This appears to be the other shoe, and also has the pink residue and various indentations on the shoe.
In 248? What do we see in 248?
This is the heel of the shoe, and again, there's more pink residue in all of the low areas and indentations of the shoe.
And did you swab those areas with regards to this shoe as well?
Correct.
And now we're talking about the bottom of the left shoe?
Yes.
And if there's another brown envelope, hopefully it's still there, 249.
Correct.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 249?
It states it's one package of 2 swabs for women's black and white Nike shoes.
And are those the swabs you took from the shoes we just looked at?
Yes.
And you need to open that envelope to see that those are the swabs?
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 249.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
Exhibit 249 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We can go to 250 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 250?
This was a pink towel that was in the washer next to or underneath where the shoes were at.
And was that the only thing that was in the washer at the time?
Yes, it was.
We can go to 251, please. What do we see in 251?
Again, this is the pink towel that was inside of the washer.
Did you notice any red discoloration on that towel or anything suspicious with regards to that towel?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Are you just annotating that there's one towel in the washer and you're taking a picture of it?
Correct.
Now I'd like you to look at the next series of photographs that are in front of you. They haven't been admitted yet. They're going to be in front of you. It's 252 through 258, and then 260 and 261. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs are the beginning of those are in the family room in the basement, which is an area of the carpet that had been cut out. There's also appeared to be burn marks on the couch. The other photographs are of the trash cans, which are in the backyard of the residence.
And what about 260 and 261? Are those close-ups of the trash cans?
Yes, they are.
And do all those photographs accurately depict the items you said they depict from January 28th, 2020, from 6627 basement area and then the outside area where the trash cans are?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit People's Exhibits 252 through 258, 260, and 261.
Mr. Cook,
No objection to those being admitted.
exhibits 258 252 through 258 and 260 and 261 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to publish 252 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 252?
This is the couch downstairs in the family room. There was actually some carpet that was covering us up, and when we moved it, because it wasn't actually tacked down or anything, this is what we found, and it appeared to be an area that had burnt through. The carpet had been cut out, and then this is the padding under the carpet that appeared to have been melted down to the concrete, which is what the white part is here. The areas over here on the couch appeared to have melted through the couch liner or cover, and appeared to possibly be a waxy substance that was left on there.
And prior to going to the residence on January 28th, 2020, did you have any information about a candle being fallen over and causing that fire?
Initial information from the sergeant on scene, that information had been passed over or passed to him from the office, that there had possibly been a fire in the basement caused by a candle.
And is that why you're documenting, taking photos of this area?
Yes, it is.
And did you bring that dog with you?
No.
Did you tell him to pose there or something, or just
No,
happenstance?
he was photogenic that day.
Okay. People's Exhibit 253. What do we see in People's Exhibit 253?
This is the couch, and this is the waxy substance that we noticed on the couch. These are holes within the fabric on the couch itself, as well as down through here with that wax substance as well.
254. What do we see in 254?
This is approximately a 2 foot by 2 foot square of the carpet that was cut out. This is the padding underneath that carpet that had appeared to be either burned or melted through, and this is the bare concrete on the floor, and this appears to be a section that was burned.
And when you're there on the 28th, can you smell anything?
No, I could not.
Did it smell like this fire had been recent, or you have noted that in your report?
I didn't smell anything at that point.
And based on what you're seeing here, was it consistent with a candle falling over and burning right through the carpet, through the pad, and to the concrete?
Based on what I saw there, yes.
And did you make efforts to find, for instance, this piece of carpet that had been burned?
Yes, we did.
So we can go to People's Exhibit 255 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 255?
These are trash cans that were in the backyard on the side of the house.
And so, just for the jury's benefit, would it have been on the, which side direction-wise, north, south, east, west?
Trying to remember, I believe it would be east, but it's been a while since I've been out there.
Okay. We can go to People's Exhibit 256. What do we see in People's Exhibit 256?
This is a trash bag that was on top of one of the trash cans, and on the top of it, when we first opened it, this appears to be melted part of the carpet and the padding that was also taken out from underneath.
And so would this be in the backyard of that residence?
Yes.
Is it fenced in completely?
Yes, it is, with a 6-foot privacy fence.
And was there a gate with a padlock on it just on the other side of this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So we can go to People's Exhibit 257. What do we see in 257?
This is a approximately 2-foot by 2-foot square of carpet that was pulled from that trash can. And on that carpet, this was a burned area with what I believe to be possibly a wax substance. This is actually a hole burnt through the carpet itself.
And 258? What do we see in People's Exhibit 258?
Same piece of carpet, just a little bit closer up shot. This is the hole that was burned through the carpet, and then there's more red substance that appeared to be part of the wax or whatever substance had melted onto the carpet.
You want to maybe approach a witness?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 259. Ask if you can recognize 259.
Yes, I do.
What is People's Exhibit 259?
This is the piece of carpet that's pictured in that photograph.
And does it actually, does it look like as it did when you packaged it back on January 28, 2020?
Yes, it does.
To admit People's Exhibit 259?
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 259 will be admitted.
Request that Detective Farrell publish that for the jury so the jury can see it.
Fine.
You wouldn't mind just standing out here and just holding it up so the jury can see what we're talking about? You may want to, yeah, just walk over here so these guys. Can we publish People's Exhibit 260 now, please? What do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
Hold on, you've already, 260 was the photograph.
260 and 261, I believe are in. I admitted those. Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yep. So what do we see in People's Exhibit 260?
This is the second trash can, and in this trash can is a candle that was on top of the trash can.
In People's Exhibit 261?
That's the candle that we pulled out of that trash can.
And was there anything inside the candle when you pulled it out?
Right inside of here, it appeared to be some sort of fabric. Unsure of what it was, as it didn't appear to match the carpet or the couch.
And there's a brown paper bag in front of you that's labeled People's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the candle.
You need gloves to open that.
If I was to open it, yes.
Doesn't sound like you want to open it.
Not particularly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is what's in 262 the same thing we see in the photograph, 261?
Yes, it is.
Do you need to open that to know that it's in the same general condition, or is it still sealed as it was when you packaged it?
It's still sealed.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 262 at this time.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 262 will be admitted.
Why don't we go ahead and open it? I'll get you some gloves, okay? There's some in a box right there. I can approach you just to move some of the items.
That's
out.
fine.
Go ahead and open them up, please. Okay, for the record, you pulled out an item from that exhibit, and what is that?
This is the candle that was in the photograph.
Can you just hold that up high so everybody in the jury can see that? And looking inside the candle, is that cloth material still in there?
Yes, it is.
You know what that is by looking at it now?
It looks like it possibly might be a sock.
Go ahead and repackage that the best you can, and then I'll help you out with it.
You may.
Did you also go into Gannon's bedroom to do a search?
Yes, I did.
And what did you note when you went into Gannon's bedroom, if anything?
The bedroom seemed to be very clean. There was not a whole lot out of place that I noticed in the bedroom. The only thing of note that I noticed at that point was on the inside handle of the bedroom door, there was a brown smear on the handle.
Could you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
Myself, no.
And what do you say yourself? Did someone else smell something?
Detective V. Hill, Peter V. Hill smelled and told me.
Sustained.
Detective V. Hill is going to be up next. Okay, we'll cover that with him. In front of you, there's some photographs 263 through 270. Can you take a look at those? You had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are People's Exhibit 263 through 270?
These are pictures of Gannon's bedroom.
And do they accurately depict Gannon's bedroom as it looked back on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 263 through 270.
Mr. Cook? It's 263 to 270 will be admitted.
Request to publish 263.
You may go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 263?
So this is the far left corner of the bedroom, and this is the bed that was in there that was, we believe to be Gannon's bed.
And this photograph would have been taken on January 28th, 2020.
Yes, it was.
How about 264? What do we see here?
This is the mattress from Gannon's bed with the blankets and sheets taken off of it.
And why did you take the blankets and sheets off the bed?
Based on one of the other detectives took it off just to see if there was anything of note on the mattress itself.
265? What do we see on 265?
There's a discoloration on the far back left corner of the mattress here. We were unsure of what it was at that point.
And were you again receiving information from the sheriff's office as to what people were saying about Gannon and being interviewed?
Correct. We had received some information that he did have issues with sometimes having accidents using the restroom in the bath in the bed.
Now, as you're going through the house on January 28th and you're in Gannon's bedroom and you see this red substance on his mattress, did you have any idea of what had happened to Gannon at that point?
Not at that point, no.
You can go to People's Exhibit 264 or 266, I'm sorry. What do we see in 266?
This is the edge of the mattress with it just flipped up. This is what we saw in the prior picture, and then this is the side of it that faced toward the wall.
So that side of it would have been on the wall where we see the plug back in the background?
That is correct.
Go to 267. What do we see on 267?
Here we noticed there was some sort of spot here that we weren't sure what it was, but we decided to photograph it.
268. That a
So-
close-up of what we saw in 267?
Yes, it is.
And someone's using a ruler to demonstrate?
Yes, it is.
269? What do we see on 269?
So this is the inside of Gannon's door. When we got there, the door was actually open all the way to the wall. When I looked behind the door and opened it to see if there was anything back here, I noticed this brown smear on the handle right here.
270. What do we see in 270?
This again is the door handle with the brown smear right here.
Now, by the time you're in Gannon's bedroom on the 28th, had you received any information as to the version of events the defendant was giving as to what took place in this house?
From what I understood, I wasn't given everything. Most of that was going through the sergeants. We had a lot of moving pieces. But from what I understood is we were starting to get some conflicting stories about what had happened.
When you started your search, did you start your search as looking for a kid who may be a runaway or missing versus something else by the time you ended your search?
Yes, we did.
In front of you, you have some more photographs. We have 271 through 272. Do you see those?
I think you misspoke. You only referenced two.
Yeah, just 271, 272. We're going to get to
Okay.
the other ones in a sec.
Oh, he was just looking through a lot of photographs, so okay.
Yes, I do.
Do you have 270, 271 and 272?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs of firearms that I located in the master bedroom closet.
And why did you document those as photographs?
Just because something seemed off. We couldn't put a finger on what was wrong or what we were seeing exactly. But something seemed off. So anytime we run across firearms and we don't know what's going on, we generally try to document them.
And do those photos accurately depict those firearms as you saw them on January 28th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit 271 and 272.
Mr. Cook? 271 and 272 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Press the published 271, please.
May, go ahead.
So where was this gun that we see in 271 located?
I believe this one, I don't remember exactly whether it was under the bed or in the closet on this one. In the master bedroom though.
And what kind of gun is that? Do you know?
That's a shotgun.
And 272? What do we see in 272?
This is a shotgun as well, and this is an AR style short barrel rifle. Or AR pistol, actually.
And where were these guns located?
These were located in the master bedroom closet.
And did you find any handguns in that residence on the 28th?
I did not know.
We can take that down, thanks. And now I want to turn your attention to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the sheriff's office when the defendant, Ms. Stauch, was supposed to come down and be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And were you there when in fact she did show up to be interviewed?
Yes, I was.
You have an opportunity to go out and see what vehicle she came to the sheriff's office in.
Yes, I did. I went out to the parking garage and located her vehicle on the first floor of the parking garage.
And what kind of vehicle was that?
That is a Volkswagen Tiguan SUV.
And did you notice anything unusual about the vehicle when you located it?
When we located it, the vehicle was actually still dripping water off of it, like it had just been washed. There was no rain. It was completely dry outside. So that struck us as very odd.
And why was that odd?
We've been trying, from what I understand, the other detectives have been trying to get her to come in for an interview for quite some time. And then when she showed up with a vehicle, it's freshly washed.
And did you photograph that vehicle?
I did not, another detective did.
Were you there when it was photographed, and would you recognize those photographs if you saw them?
Yes, I was.
I'll have you take a look at People's Exhibit 273 through 276. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, I have.
And what are those photographs of?
These are the photographs of the vehicle that I found that Ms. Stauch drove to the office.
And do they actually depict the car as you saw it back then with water on it and parked in the garage?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit 273 through 276.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 273 through 276 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We'll publish 273, please. Can you kind of point out in People's Exhibit 273 with your pointer, what we see here?
This is the vehicle. It's parked nose first into the parking space. And you can notice on, kind of hard on this one, but you can notice the water spots in several areas as well as water that was dripping down off the vehicle in several areas. It'd only been there for less than 5 minutes by the time I got there.
Now, when you went and saw this vehicle for the first time, did you have a camera on you?
I believe the other detective had to go back in and get a camera.
So it took some time to get the camera and come back out before we actually took the photos.
Yes.
Right. If we can go to 274 now. What do we see in 274?
This is the hood of the vehicle with water drops still all over the top of the hood.
In 275?
This is the top of the vehicle that as the vehicle dried, I noticed the top was still covered in dirt and dust.
Was it apparent that whoever washed the vehicle didn't wash the top part of the vehicle?
That's correct.
And did you notice that right away when you saw the vehicle?
Once it started to dry, yes.
In 276? What do we see in 276?
This is just a picture taken from the back to include all the dirt and dust that was on top of the vehicle.
Now, were you able to get inside that vehicle right away?
We did not know.
Did you have to get a search warrant to eventually get in and search that vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Did you search that or someone else searched that?
I was there when it was searched by the FBI's evidence recovery team.
Do you know whether or not the inside of the back storage area, the luggage area, had that been washed out?
Unsure whether it had been washed out, but they didn't find really much of anything in the back.
I now want to turn your attention to January 30th of 2020. Were you part of a surveillance team that was watching the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt?
Yes, I was.
You see the defendant, Letecia Stauch, in the courtroom today.
I do.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's in that corner over there wearing, it looks like a light pink sweater or shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Why were you guys going out to conduct surveillance on the defendant and her daughter?
At that point, more information had been gathered that were making the lead detectives on the case a little more suspicious about what was going on. We weren't able to determine exactly what had happened yet, but we were concerned based on her actions and how she was reacting that there might be something more than what we knew at that point.
Well, when you say suspicious, were you aware whether or not the defendant had been taken to Memorial Hospital for what's called a sane examination?
I was vaguely aware, yes.
Were you aware that she gave a statement and said that she was raped?
Yes, I was.
It makes sense that she would then be taken for a sane examination after that statement.
Yes, it would.
Were you aware that she left the hospital?
I believe they had told us that she had left, but I wasn't involved with that, so I wasn't for sure of, I didn't know all the details on that.
Was that part of the reason why you were conducting a surveillance? Because she now became a person of interest, so to speak?
Yeah, it was at that point where I was advised they were actually writing and seeking a search warrant to collect the cell phone of Harley as well as her vehicle.
So talk to the jury about the surveillance. What did you see happen? Did you follow them anywhere and things like that?
We were at a residence down near, not too far actually from the house where they had been staying. We were all in unmarked vehicles. Her and Harley got in the vehicle. They drove around town for quite some time. We followed them. We had numerous vehicles that that were following them so that they wouldn't know we were there. They ended up in a parking lot up in the area of Woodman and North Academy is where they stopped, and they went into a store there.
This store would have been the Marshalls over there?
Yes, it would.
And so what happened when they went in the store? What did the surveillance people do?
So we had undercover officers as well that were in plain clothes that followed them into the store and were maintaining eyes on them to see where the cell phone was.
Now, in the meantime, were others drafting warrants for Harley's white Jetta and Harley Hunt's cell phone?
Yes, they were. And while they were in the store, I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrants had been signed for the vehicle and for the cell phone, and I was ordered to seize them.
And what does that mean when you're ordered to seize something?
We take the vehicle, impound it to our evidence facility. We take the cell phone and place it into evidence, and then we would seek a warrant to then get the contents of that cell phone.
So what happens, let's start with what happens when the defendant comes out of the Marshalls?
So the defendant came out of the Marshalls by herself. While inside of the Marshalls, we were getting reports from the undercover agents that both her and Harley were both using the cell phone while we were in there. They lost sight of them in the store, so they didn't know who had the cell phone at that point. Ms. Stauch come out of the store by herself, walking toward the vehicle. We had determined that we didn't want to let her get back in the vehicle because that becomes much more dangerous for the public when they're in control of a heavy object like that. So it was determined that we would stop her prior to getting to that vehicle to prevent her from entering it and then it turning into something more. As she walked down toward the vehicle, one of the undercover officers from our Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Unit at that point, he had a thrower vest on with sheriff in big white letters on the front of the vest, pulled in between her and the white Jetta and stepped out of the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, I was pulling my vehicle in between her and the store to prevent her from getting back in the store. As soon as she saw him, she turned and bolted north through the parking lot and actually passed my vehicle.
Was this Sergeant Ganstein that got out of his vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And when you say she turned around and bolted, what did she do?
She took off running at a full sprint, and he was chasing her through the parking lot.
So what did you do when you saw that?
I threw my car in the park, jumped out, started giving her commands, started following her, chasing her through the parking lot, and she was ignoring my commands at that point.
And how were you dressed that day?
I was in a khaki pants, a black polo that has my name on it, as well as a badge on the left side, and I also had my badge on my belt as well.
And you wear that why?
To be readily identifiable as law enforcement.
And did she acknowledge you as she ran by you? Did she look at you?
No, she did not.
And so what did you do next as she ran by you?
As she was running toward another store, I drew my firearm and gave her commands again. She turned her head, and when she saw the firearm, she stopped and started complying with commands.
When you say she saw the firearm, did she look directly at your firearm?
She looked directly back at me over her shoulder, and once she saw it, she stopped.
So how soon after you drew your firearm did she stop?
Almost immediately.
Say anything as you drew your firearm?
I was giving her commands to stop at the sheriff's office. Once she stopped, then I gave her commands to get down on the ground and essentially had her lay on her stomach until Sergeant Ganstein was able to get there and then place her in the handcuffs.
Was the game plan to arrest her at that point?
No, it was not, and I informed her of that.
Why'd you draw your gun?
At that point, I had no idea what she was doing or what she was planning on where she was going. She was headed toward a crowded building. We didn't know if she had the cell phone. And at that point, we believed something had happened to Gannon. We just didn't know what. And we believed she was the person of interest in that.
Was it unusual for someone under those circumstances to bolt once they see a police officer?
Yes, it is.
Was it unusual for them to stop once they see you draw your firearm?
No, it's not.
Why is that?
Generally, when people see a law enforcement officer draw their firearm and point it at them, they in most cases, obey commands at that point.
Think she would have stopped if you didn't draw your firearm?
No, I don't.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
Well, why'd you draw your firearm?
To get her to stop.
Based on your interaction with Miss Stauch out there at Marshall's parking lot, did she seem to understand what you were saying to her? For instance, when you placed her in handcuffs and things like that.
Yes, she did.
Did she acknowledge you as a police officer?
Yes.
After you drew your firearm, did she obey your commands?
Yes, she did.
And did you have to calm her down at all?
I explained to her once we got her in handcuffs, we stood her up and I explained to her she's not under arrest. She's just being detained. We had a search warrant to seize the cell phone and the car. And at that point, she acknowledged and then she didn't say another word to me at that point.
What happened when Harley came out of anything?
She started yelling over toward Harley as other officers escorted Harley out of the store.
What was she yelling? And when you say she, you're referring to the defendant?
Yes, I am.
What was she saying?
From my best recollection, she was shouting, "Don't tell them anything."
And did Harley tell you anything?
I did not speak with Harley at all.
Do you know if she spoke to anybody?
I'm unsure. I don't think she did.
Okay. Did you go back and assist in a search of the 6627 Mandan Drive on February 3rd, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Was this a more thorough search now?
Yes, it was.
Were members of the crime lab there as well to collect evidence?
Yes, they were.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Back on March 9th of 2020, did you have an opportunity to review some video surveillance from a Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado that was dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And why were you reviewing that?
I was advised that the video had been collected as the defendant had been caught on video going into the store purchasing something, and they wanted to confirm whether or not it was her.
And were you able to confirm whether or not you saw the defendant in that surveillance video dated February 1st, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And what was she doing?
She went into the store, walked around, looked at a few things, picked up something near the electronics department, checked out there. And then she walked out the front doors, stopped. They checked her bag and her receipt, and then she walked out, got into the vehicle outside, and they left.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant, Letecia Stauch. The Nike tennis shoes that we saw in the exhibits from the laundry room at the Mandan Drive house, did you actually take swab samples of the underside of the shoes at where the pink staining was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you take samples, are we talking about a Q-tip swab?
It's a pair of sterile Q-tip swabs that are used.
Okay. And I take it you have gloves on, and then you put the, I don't know what you would call it, the used Q-tips or the Q-tip swabs that have been already used to sample, you put them in an envelope or something secure. So
After we swab whatever we're swabbing with those, we put them back into the open package that they came out of, and then those go into a manila envelope, which is then sealed.
okay. Why do you put them back into the manila envelope and seal those?
Because we only use them to sample one item.
Okay. And you want to have a pure sample or an uncontaminated sample, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you put those in and you took the samples, what were these samples eventually tested for, if anything?
I'm unaware of that. I wasn't the one that submitted them.
Okay. Could these samples have been tested for DNA, blood, poisons? I mean, it's a whole host of things that they could have been tested for, correct?
Those options are out there, yes.
Okay. Who makes the decision on what testing is done on a sample that was taken?
Generally, the lead detective on the case
Okay.
in conjunction with the lab.
Who was the overall lead detective on this case with Gannon Stauch?
Drawing a blank on her name right now. She's no longer with us. It's Detective Bethel.
Detective Bethel. Okay. And was she the lead detective from beginning to end of this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you state she's no longer with us. Does that mean she's no longer with the El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office?
Correct. She's no longer employed by us.
Okay. Is she still working in law enforcement, or do you even know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So she's the lead detective. I know there's sergeants, lieutenants that have been endorsed and have testified already. Sergeants and lieutenants are above even the detective, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So even above Detective Bethel, who was the overall leader of this investigation?
Overseeing it from the office in conjunction with her at that time was Lieutenant Mahalko.
Okay. So this lieutenant was the overall in charge person.
In conjunction with Detective Bethel, yes.
Okay. Now, before you went out to the house on Mandan Drive, on January 28th, you said you went out there about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Before you went out there, you had already done some work. You had interviewed a Braden Gilliland, an Andrew Conant, Conant, and a Peyton Cerrillos, Cerrillos. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And also, just within a few hours of you going out to Mandan Drive on that date, you also interviewed Genevicia Gagan. First name is Jennavecia. Last name is Gagan, Gaygan.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at that point, after you had interviewed these individuals, you went to Gannon's house.
Sometime later, yes.
Okay. And so you told Mr. Young during direct examination that you had some baseline of information that you had received when you went on the 28th.
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, the day before on January 27th, there had been at least 3 El Paso County Sheriff's deputies that had gone through the house and did a search, and they were looking for Gannon.
What we were informed is they had taken a case for runaway as they'd been called out there. And they had done a walkthrough on the house, which is pretty standard because kids like to sometimes go in places and hide where their parents can't find them. And then that's why we check those areas.
Okay. And as a detective, I see you're in a suit and tie. Do you ever wear a uniform? Or since you're a detective, do you wear plain clothes?
Generally plain clothes or the khaki pants and black shirt, polo.
Okay. Okay. Do you ever wear a body camera?
At that time, we were not issued them, no.
Okay. Have you been issued a body camera now?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you wear it with your plain clothes?
I do with the khakis and polo, yes.
Okay. Now you assisted in surveillance of Letecia Stauch and her daughter Harley Hunt. Is that what your testimony was earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the address where that was done?
Where it started, I'd have to refer to my report. I don't remember the exact number or street.
Okay. And you were working with Sergeant Christopher Ganstein?
He was one of them, yes.
He was one of them. Was he the one leading this surveillance?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he's at that time was with V&I?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and what does V&I mean?
Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence.
Okay. Were you part of V&I at that time, or are you part of V&I now?
I was not, and I am not now.
Okay. So ultimately, you understood the purpose of this was to get Harley Hunt's phone, which there was a warrant, correct?
Yes.
And to get the white Jetta and impound it, which there was a warrant for that Harley Hunt had been driving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What else were you supposed to do, or were those the two main tasks?
Those are the two main tasks.
Okay. If you were outside this residence where the Jetta was, and you had Harley Hunt and Miss Stout both come out and sit in the car, why didn't you just stop the situation then, or light them up and go and seize the phone and the car at that point? Why go through this big rigmarole of driving around, following them, having people in a Marshall store, letting them get out into public? Why do that?
We didn't have a search warrant yet signed by a judge.
Okay. And when did the search warrant come through?
I don't know the exact time. I was informed when we were at the Marshalls and I was sitting outside prior to Letecia Stauch exiting the door. I was advised by Sergeant Abishan that the warrant had been signed, and that's when I was directed to collect the items.
Okay. Now, Letecia Stauch was a suspect or a person of interest at this time, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And her daughter, Harley Hunt, was a suspect or a person of interest also at this time, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in fact, the warrants were only for items that belonged to Harley Hunt, her cell phone and her vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. On that date that you were describing, you weren't out there collecting, you weren't out to arrest Letecia Stauch, and you weren't out to seize any evidence of hers or any items of hers, correct?
Correct.
On January 31st, you assisted in the execution of a search warrant for a Kia Rio. Can you tell the jury what a Kia Rio is?
It's a small sedan.
Okay, so it's an automobile.
Yes.
Okay. And you searched this vehicle, correct?
I did not. The FBI's evidence response or recovery team searched the vehicle.
Okay. But there was evidence that was collected from the search of this vehicle.
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you actually entered the evidence seized from this Kia Rio into the El Paso County Sheriff's evidence facility, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And it looks like it was a few items, a Kia Rio engine air filter, one, a Kia Rio cabin air filter 1, swab of passenger side rear headrest, soil debris from driver's side rear wheel well, swab from interior driver's side rear door handle. So it looked like there were different swabs that were taken from, I'm not going to go over everything that was taken, but it looks like there was swabs taken from different parts of the vehicle and trace evidence quadrant E, D, C, B, and A. Do you recall logging that evidence at the sheriff's office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. On February 1st of 2020, you did some follow-up on a 2016 Nissan Frontier pickup truck, correct?
Yes, I did.
And was it your information that that pickup truck had been seized or taken in from the Mandan Drive evidence address and actually was registered to Al Stauch?
He actually drove it to the evidence facility and turned it in.
Okay, so he turned it in, but your information was that it did in fact belong to him. He owned it and it was registered to him.
Yes.
Okay. And you entered into evidence information that was collected from this vehicle. It looks like you took in some 4 trace evidence filters, 2 cabin air filters from the Nissan Frontier, an engine air filter from the Frontier, swabs from different spots of the truck bed. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different swabs from different locations in the Frontier truck bed were taken in, and other trace evidence. Is that correct?
So yes.
Okay. Do you know if Harley Hunt was handcuffed inside the store?
I don't know.
Okay. It said in your report, your information was that she was detained, though.
Yes.
Okay. And when you say detained, a person that's detained by police, while they may not be under arrest, they can't just walk away, can they?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you equipped with a taser at the time of this incident where you drew your firearm?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Mr. Cook?
Could we approach?
All right. You object? Sorry. The objection is sustained.
Mr. Young asked you about evidence that was collected from a Walmart in Trinidad that you reviewed on March the 9th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you collect the evidence from the Walmart in Trinidad?
I did not.
Okay, but you reviewed it all.
Yes, I did.
Okay. You took screenshots of the video. It looks like in your report, you indicated the video you were viewing from Walmart, you did take screenshots.
I'd have to review my report. I don't recall that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach?
You may.
Detective, you want to look at that and see if it can refresh your recollection? Near the bottom. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
You see on the first page.
Okay. Yes, I do.
After you worked from March the 9th of 2020, did you take screenshots of the video from Walmart that you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What specifically does that mean you took screenshots? You just shoot it with your iPhone, or what are we talking? Is there a specific device you use to take screenshots of videos, or what?
It was on my computer where I was reviewing the video.
Okay. And what did you do with these screenshots?
They were put on a document and attached with that supplement.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Well, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Farrell? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And before you call your next witness, let's everybody stand and take a stretch. I saw a juror doing that while we were having the bench conference, and it looked like a really good idea. Okay. All right, call your next witness, please.
All right, we'll call Detective Peter B.
His name again?
B. Hill.
V Hill. All right. Detective V Hill, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, sir, please. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Detective Pete Vigil. My last name is spelled V-I-G-I-L.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
13 years.
And have you been a detective all those 13 years?
About the last 3.
Back in January of 2020, what was your role?
I just transferred to the SVU unit of the Investigations Division.
And were you asked to go out to 6627 Mandan Drive on January 28th of 2020 to assist in a search of that residence?
I was.
About what time did you get there? Do you recall?
I don't. It was dark.
Who was there when you got there?
When I got there, it was for the house. The first time I went to the house, there was me and another detective, and the house was off, and we were just told to contact people inside the house if anyone was there.
You're very, very soft-spoken, so you may want to just pull that microphone closer to you a little bit.
There we go.
Is that better?
Is it better for you?
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Did you have issues with getting into the house when you got there?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So me and my partner, we knocked on the door, made several loud announcements to see if anyone would come out. No one came out. So then I decided just to sit outside and see if anyone would show up to the house or if anyone would come out and maybe just didn't hear us. Some moments later, we saw lights come on and the garage opened up, and then we contacted the people that were in the garage.
And who did you contact in the garage?
Haley and Liana.
Was it Lena
Yes, Lena.
and Haley Hunt? Harley Hunt, I'm sorry.
Yes, Harley Hunt, sorry.
You got me saying Haley.
All right.
So Harley Hunt and Lena are in the garage. Did you say, what's going on? Why didn't you open the door?
I did, but I don't remember what they said to me.
Okay. Did you eventually go in and search the house with, was it Detective Farrell with you as well?
Yeah.
And was there another detective?
Yeah, there were several of us.
Was that Detective Arndt?
Yes.
Okay. Is that who your partner was when you were trying to get in the house initially?
Yes.
So what I want to do is focus in on Gannon's bedroom and that search of the house, okay? Did you go into his bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any smells when you went into his bedroom?
Yeah, like an ammonia bleach smell.
And what did that mean to you?
Cleaning supplies. It's like it was being cleaned. We've all.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you see cleaning supplies in his bedroom?
No. Just
Where was, I'm sorry, my fault. Where was the smell coming from?
So the light switch was when I was originally told to take pictures of the house once we first got there. So I took pictures of the entire house. When I got there and I was at the threshold of his doorway, that's when I started smelling it. And then I started smelling in more obvious areas. There was a light switch. And then when I entered the room, the smell got stronger as I would get into the room.
And did you eventually look at his mattress of his bed, Gannon's mattress?
Yes.
And did you see what appeared to be blood on his mattress?
There was a stain on the mattress.
And did you swab that stain?
Yes.
And did you swab different areas of that particular stain?
Yes.
If I may approach, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 278 and 687. Get there for now, but have you look at these. Let's start with 278. What is 278?
278 is a package of 2 swabs from the bed on the east wall.
And is that the swabs that you took from that mattress that had, was it blood or what? What did you think it was?
I didn't know what it was at the time.
Okay.
I don't think any of us did. So we swabbed and just sent it off for testing.
All right. So does that contain the swabs, at least of the portion of the mattress that you did on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And is that package still sealed?
Yes.
Do you need to open it to see if the swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 278.
No objection.
278 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now let's go to People's Exhibit 687. What is People's Exhibit 687?
Swabs from 2 additional swabs from the bed located on the east.
Is that the same mattress, Gannon's mattress that you swabbed on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Do you need to open that package to see if those swabs are in there?
No.
Move to admit 687.
No objection.
687 will also be admitted.
I handed you a picture, or at least I put it on your chair there, People's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
The storage room in the basement of the address.
And did you take that picture?
Yes.
And is that accurately depict the storage room as you saw it on January 28, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 277.
No objection.
277 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd request to publish People's Exhibit 312, which is already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Detective Vigil, sorry, it's been a long afternoon for me. We're looking at People's Exhibit 312, which is a still taken from January 27th of 2020. Do you recognize the storage room in this still?
It's the same storage room, but it wasn't like that when I took a picture of it.
What do you mean?
That it's been altered or someone was going through it and moved boxes.
Were the boxes stacked up like that on January 28, 2020 when you went and took photographs?
No.
If we can now go to People's Exhibit 277. We may have to mute it, Your Honor, so we can get 277 on there.
Turn off the screen for just.
Oh, got it.
Thank you.
It's ready.
Okay, we can unmute it. Thanks, Judge.
Good. All right.
So is this what that same area looked like on January 28th, 2020, the next night when you were there.
Yes,
The boxes aren't stacked up as high?
correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Vigil? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. We would call Spencer Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Come up a little farther. It's all right. Right there's good. You swear from the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Have you ever testified before?
No.
We couldn't tell. I'm kidding. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Spencer Wilson, Spencer. Wilson, Wilson. I'm a reporter with CBS 4.
All right, that's what I was going to ask you next. I want to jump back even prior to now. What kind of training education do you have that allows you to be a news reporter?
I have a degree from the University of Missouri in broadcast journalism and going on 10 plus years of experience as a television reporter.
I've never had the opportunity to do this before as a Jayhawk. I have to say rock chalk to a Missouri grad.
I will just say MIZ and leave it at
that. Back in January of 2020, who were you working for then?
KKTV 11 News.
What was your job assignment in that time period?
I was a multimedia journalist, which just means that I'm a cameraman as well as a reporter at the same time. So one-man band.
Was it common for you to cover stories in the Pikes Peak region, Colorado Springs, El Paso County?
Very common, yes.
As a part of your job, would you sometimes interview people out in the community?
Yes.
How many interviews do you think you had done at that time of your career?
Thousands.
On-camera interviews?
Yes.
Thousands? Did you start to, at some point, cover the Gannon Stauch case?
I did.
How did your coverage start in that case?
It was kind of bouncing around between different reporters. Eventually, one day I was put on the story, and I can't remember if it was the very first day or if it was the second day I was doing the story, but I was out there and made contact with Letecia Stauch.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. Was there anything odd about you making contact or the way the contact unfolded for you?
Yes, I can remember it very clearly. I was on the sidewalk. We were just covering a search that day in the neighborhood. And there was a big moving truck and also a car pulling out of the neighborhood. And somebody rolled down their window and started to chastise me for coverage, being out there and reporting on stuff, and questioned the way that I was telling the story. That person was Letecia Stauch. And I realized that. And I said, well, if you got such a problem with this, why don't we go talk about it?
So when this, you described two vehicles. What you said was a moving truck. Was this like a van, like a utility van?
Yeah.
And then the other vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
No better description than just a standard car.
Okay.
Not like a truck, not a SUV, little car.
Which vehicle was the defendant in when the window rolled down and there was words said towards you?
The car in the front, the moving car was behind them. She was not in that car.
So she was in the actual vehicle,
that is correct.
Passenger vehicle. What seat was she in?
Oh gosh, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fine.
I believe driver's seat, but I don't feel super clear on that.
Was it immediately apparent to you that the person that was saying these words to you was Letecia Stauch?
No, it took about 5 seconds. And since I had been keeping tabs on the case and the social media along with it, a lot of people were talking about her at the time. And then when it did click, I had this moment of, oh gosh, this is the people everyone's trying to talk to.
What was her demeanor like when she did that?
Angry, I guess is the best way to put it. She was not excited that I was there. She was not excited to see other members of the media there. There was a lot of people down there covering the story. And just the words she said to me were basically, "You're doing this wrong."
Okay. And so then that's when you make this arrangement to go talk somewhere else. Did you in fact do that?
That's correct. I offered to do an interview. She mulled it over for a quick second. There was some conversation in the car. Eventually she said, "Okay, we'll give this a shot." And I said, being the reporter I was for that station, I don't want everybody else to have this at the same time. So let's go somewhere else. And she agreed that it would be a spectacle if we were to do it right there. So we drove to a construction lot, maybe half a mile away.
Okay. And just for contextual reference, was this on January 31st, 2020?
Correct.
So roughly, I guess, 4 days after Gannon was first reported missing to the police?
That's correct.
So tell us, how do you go about setting up doing an on-camera interview in a general sense? And then how did you do it in this case?
Generally, I will talk to the person beforehand, kind of give them an explanation of what's about to happen. This is all while I'm handing them a remote microphone that will then clip onto some part of their body somewhere. And then I begin by asking them to say and spell their full name and explain who they are to the story. That's fairly standard practice. I think almost every reporter does that ever. The difference on this story was a part of the circumstances where Letecia was willing to talk to me was in the event that she did not have to show her face. And so I tried to get creative because I desperately wanted to have this interview, but at the same time, I could not show her face, which is difficult for TV because we have to show things. I came up with the idea if she looked away from the camera and if I looked towards it, you could still see the conversation happening. That being said, you would not see her face.
Let's talk a little bit about this microphone that you just described that would click on somebody's clothing. Does it have a wire that goes to some sort of little control box that is somehow then wirelessly connected to your camera?
That's correct.
Is it typical that that control box to that microphone would stay with the person while that microphone is attached to them?
That's correct.
If a person walked away from the camera to a different area or, proximity wise, would the camera still pick up on anything that that microphone is picking up on?
That's correct.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Was it odd to you as a reporter that had done thousands of interviews that Letecia was asking you to do this interview but not have her face facing the camera?
Not entirely so. It did make it an unusual situation, but there are some instances where people ask to not have their face shown. We'll sometimes shoot somebody's hands as video when we're talking to them. And considering the nature of this interview where she was hesitant to do it in the first place, I was more willing to accept the terms of that agreement.
Did the fact that you were able to do this interview, was that a good get for you as this news cycle was developing?
My newsroom was ecstatic, yes.
Did you play along with what the defendant was telling you during this interview to keep her talking?
As a part of that training you mentioned at the University of Missouri, it is told to us that in order to have a conversation with someone, you cannot agree with what they're saying, but you do need to keep them continuing what they're saying. That is why, as you're nodding right now, I would nod along with whatever was being said. That doesn't necessarily mean I was agreeing to anything. It was meaning that I needed her to keep saying things.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case as well?
That's correct.
All right. Was there a portion of this interview where she asked you actually to redo a portion of it?
That's correct.
Tell the jury about that circumstance.
Towards the end of our interview, after we had had a couple different conversations, I was also, mind you, the cameraman in this instance too. So I'd have to stop and walk behind the camera, hit stop, hit start if we needed to redo things. I think we cut it maybe 2 or 3 times, took breaks, came back on. At the very end, this was the thing that was the most interesting to me and why I remember it so much is that I asked, is there anything that you would want to say to Gannon? In this interview, she had told me that she believed he was coming home. She said yes, gave her statement, and I said, okay, we got it. And then she said, what if we did that one more time? And I said, sure, whatever you want. So I went back, turned the camera back on, but this time she was crying when she was not crying the first time, and her demeanor completely changed. It went basically from, I can't wait till you're home, everyone's going to see that I'm not lying. They owe me an apology. 2, I will not mimic someone crying, but she was very upset in the second part, which took a second to happen.
Based on the things that you were hearing coming from the defendant, Letecia Stauch in this case, during that interview, did it seem that she was more focused on how she was being perceived publicly as opposed to helping find Gannon?
Absolutely. I talked to neighbors who were more concerned for Gannon.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 334?
You may.
I don't know who's doing this. Mr. Wilson, I'm holding a disc, People's Exhibit 334. Do you recognize this disc?
I do.
Why do you recognize it?
I just watched it in the other room.
So did you initial or put your signature on it and today's date?
That's correct.
The contents of this disc, is it a basically a file of that interview?
That's correct.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of your interview?
Yes.
I move for admission of Exhibit 334.
No objection. Exhibit 334 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
You are.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. 2, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was 2 really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got to, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just gonna check your chat. Doing great. Want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will be out, and I want to make sure that's not gonna happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here, not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being?
You know, I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and you know, he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay, but he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? You don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, you know, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed to say after. Not okay so far.
Yes, I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work. You want me to just say yes? No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, you know, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards, so, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to like comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, you know, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind. I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
Okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And, here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like, if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care, about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you. And we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Mr. Wilson, it's probably fairly obvious, but the person that you were interviewing there, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you please point around and describe what she's wearing for the jury?
Pink shirt.
You're pointing over to the right-hand side of the courtroom?
That's correct.
Female at defense table?
That's correct.
All right, ask that the record reflect has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Wilson, did the defendant appear to be of sound mind to you while you were with her?
Yeah.
No, he can give his opinion regarding what he thought about her mental state at the time.
Yes.
Did she seem to be able to answer questions to you logically and give coherent answers?
Yes.
You mentioned that, to your memory, that she was driving the passenger vehicle.
Yes.
Did she seem to be following the rules of the road?
Yes.
Could she stop when she was supposed to stop?
Yes.
Was she driving on the right side of the road as opposed to the left?
That's correct.
During that interview, do you remember, is there a point in time where she's referring to Gannon in the present sense and then she changes it to the past tense?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
We just watched it. But
Okay.
no, sorry.
If we can queue up 5 minutes and 50 seconds, please. We're going to just replay that portion, Judge, because it happens fairly quickly.
He said, like we don't want to use it. It's all who like you exactly what about approach hi, I'm with out of the way.
550.
People had ball shut in. That's when we take.
For that child.
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am.
Just so that we're tracking. So it's paused right now at 5 minutes and 33 seconds. And then we'll get to that 5 minutes and 50 seconds section. Go ahead and play it, please.
Going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario. And You know, he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do?
Was that significant to you that it changed in mid-statement from present tense to past tense? I'm asking his impression of it.
Yeah. Now I'm going to sustain the objection. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about it. I'm not sure that his opinion about it adds any extra relevance.
Okay.
So the objection sustained.
Okay. What about when this interview ended? Did she get back into the driver's side, driver's seat of that passenger vehicle and drive away?
Yes,
She again appeared to be driving and following the rules of the road.
that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
One of the reasons. Oh, I'm sorry. That she expressed she didn't want her face to be seen and she had concerns for her safety.
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Okay.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay, just write it down. And looks like just the one. And counsel approach, please. Mr. Wilson, did the defendant stop crying immediately following the interview? Did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
Let me ask those separately so that it's clear which one is you're answering to. Did she stop crying immediately following the interview?
Quicker than a normal person would stop crying.
And did her demeanor change following the interview?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
Did the camera shut off immediately after the interview, or was there film that was not shown that would have shown her demeanor afterwards?
The relevant pieces of information, the camera was still rolling post that interview. That being said, the microphone was removed from Letecia Stauch, and also I left the scene.
So there would have been no video to confirm what you're saying about when she stopped crying.
It would have been outside of the view of the camera. I'm not sure if she had the microphone on at the time.
Okay, and that wasn't played for the jury.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening recess. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. I know everybody wants to go home and download some sort of Celebrate program so that they can see what's on their phone. You can't do that. You have to decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. So if we can have everyone where they need to be tomorrow, we should be able to start right at 9 o'clock. So have a good evening. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, May LVC. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. Right, then we'll see everybody tomorrow, same time, same place.
All right, so they ended that really quick today. Judge is gone, everybody gone. So, another day down. I do not think, you guys, that this is going to go the full 6 weeks. They've called like 30 witnesses so far, and I think this is going to go pretty quick because the defense is just not asking any kind of questions, really. The jury has better questions than them at this point. But that's where we're at, the end of day 5, day 6 tomorrow, starting 10:45 a.m. Eastern, right here. Thank you to the mods. You guys are top notch. Thank you for keeping everything on track today. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all of you guys being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I love how we are a family here and we keep things classy. So thank you for being here. Until tomorrow, you guys, please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Always know of your surroundings. Love you guys to the moon and back. Bye-bye for now.